Chapter 867. The golden light that had just injured Shueli and the majestic roar gave Zhang Ao and the others hope, secretly feeling that as long as this master arrived, they would be safe. That's right. Chao Guan also echoed, everyone, we don't want to be enemies with you, but we were deceived by that cheap slut Shueli. How about we part ways here and never see each other again in the future? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. The ancient demon clan's people didn't answer, instead casting inquisitive glances towards Yang Kai. Zhang Ao and the others suddenly realized that he was the one who could decide whether they lived or died. Thinking back to how they had made things difficult for Nine Heavens Holy Land 2 or 3 years ago and then hunted down Yang Kai for so long, their hearts couldn't help pounding, secretly condensing their strength as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. They were all afraid that this little brat would say the word, kill. Fortunately, the human race master who had just injured Shueli a few dozen kilometers away quickly rushed over. After realizing the number of people who had arrived, Zhang Ao and the others smiled happily, their originally somewhat worried expressions suddenly becoming unbridled. Because they discovered that there wasn't just one person who had arrived, but 5. A third-order saint and 4 first-order saints appeared not far from the group in a flash, frowning as they stared towards them. The one leading this group was a white-haired old man with a transcendent aura. Although they didn't know his name, at a glance it was obvious he was one of the strongest masters in the world. The auras of the other 4 were also not weak, obviously having broken through to the Saint Realm many years ago. The 5 Saint Realm masters who had arrived, 4 men and 1 woman, only glanced around the scene before casting their eyes towards Yang Kai, all of them showing puzzled looks. The woman even quietly glared at Yang Kai, biting her teeth as her mouth squirmed a few times, but it was impossible to tell what she was trying to say. However, from the shape of her mouth, it seemed she was cursing. The arrival of these 5 people increased Zhang Ao's confidence and he quickly cupped his fists towards them and asked, "May I ask your names and which force you belong to?" The old man leading this group glanced over at him and frowned, Soaring Heaven Sect. Chu Ling Shao. Chu Ling Shao. Hearing this name, Zhang Ao's face filled with joy as he shouted, "So it is Brother Chu, I apologize for my rudeness. I have long heard of Brother Chu's name, and seeing you in person today, you truly live up to your reputation. Even that evil demon General Shueli fled. Who are you?" Chu Ling Shao glanced over at the ancient demon clan, then back at Zhang Ao, asking solemnly, seemingly not interested in this compliment. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan hurriedly reported their names. Shattering Mystical Palace? Chu Ling Shao hesitated for a moment before asking curiously, "What are the 2 of you doing here hundreds of thousands of kilometers away? What's more, they've mobilized so many people." Seeing Yang Kai, Zhang Ao couldn't help feeling a chill, but this time, they had come to the snow ice yang they. Because there were no masters in these 2 forces, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan weren't worried about them stirring up any trouble. Immediately explaining, Zhang Ao said, "We were following the clues of the coffin-carrying man and came here, but we didn't expect that many people from the demon race would suddenly appear here. It seems that the demon General Shueli was doing something shameful here and we inadvertently stumbled upon her. If Brother Chu hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape." Zhang Ao said this with a look of lingering fear, as if he was telling the truth. Chao Guan also hurriedly echoed. Li Rong sneered softly, her beautiful eyes filled with malice, reversing black and white, "These people are truly fierce. Master, should we make them shut up forever?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. These words were not spoken in a low voice, so when they reached Zhang Ao's ears, he couldn't help paling and shouting, "Which, in front of my human race's top masters, you dare act so presumptuously? Obediently surrender and we'll spare your life." At this moment, Zhang Ao was like a completely different person from before. Before Chu Ling Shao had arrived, he and Chao Guan had both lowered their heads, repeatedly saying that it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. But as soon as Chu Ling Shao arrived, they immediately changed their attitude. This caused Li Rong to look at them with contempt. Brother Chu. Zhang Ao then turned to Chu Ling Xiao. This group of demon race thieves must have been planted by Xueli in our human territory. Brother Chu doesn't need to waste words with them, just kill them all. As for these two human traitors, they must be with them. As he spoke, he pointed to Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation. Is that so? Chu Ling Xiao glanced at him faintly before turning his eyes back to Yang Kai and sighing slightly. He didn't know why this grand disciple of his had become involved in such a troublesome matter, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have a close relationship with the demon race. This little brat, Chu Ling Xiao secretly shook his head, his mood somewhat complicated. Master, if this old man really attacks, you and Han Fei should retreat first, she will ensure your safety, Li Rong whispered in Yang Kai's ear, secretly remaining vigilant. Chu Ling Xiao gave her a lot of pressure. As a third-order saint, he was indeed one of the strongest existences in this world. What Li Rong feared the most though was the chain-like artifact that had just injured Xueli. This pure yang attribute aura was the bane of the demon race's demonic qi, especially when it was used by a master like Yang Kai. Its power could not be underestimated. After suffering such a heavy blow, Li Rong estimated that it would take Xueli at least 1 to 2 months to fully recover. Old man? Yang Kai raised his brow and laughed, not responding to Li Rong and instead cupping his fists towards Chu Ling Xiao. Disciple greets Ancestral Founder. Ancestral Founder? Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai had such a relationship with this human race master. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were also stunned. Only then did they suddenly realize that they had indeed inquired about this before. Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven sect. But because they had been too excited just now, they had forgotten. Smelly brat, get over here. Fei Yu, who had been standing behind Chu Ling Xiao, shouted. I'm coming. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression and quickly walked over. When he arrived in front of these people, Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, his expression somewhat embarrassed. On the other side, the ancient demon clan, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all stared towards them with strange expressions, all of them wanting to know what was going on. However, Chu Ling Xiao simply waved his hand and isolated everyone from the outside world, turning the surrounding area into an impregnable forbidden zone. Why did Ancestral Founder and Martial Uncles come here? Yang Kai's face twitched as he stared at the people in front of him with some unease. Zhang Yin quickly explained, when that witch arrived here, Ancestral Founder sensed her presence, but he didn't know why she had come here, so he had been observing her in secret until today's battle. Taking advantage of the witch's desperate attempt to escape, he dealt her a heavy blow, but unfortunately she still managed to escape. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Although Chu Ling Xiao spent most of his time in seclusion, if a master like Xueli appeared within 1,000 kilometers of him, it would not be able to escape his perception. In an instant, Yang Kai had a clear and profound understanding of Chu Ling Xiao's tyrannical strength. Before, he had been trying to guess what kind of cultivation this Ancestral Founder possessed. Now, it seemed that he was indeed a third-order saint. After all, Yang Kai had killed a demon general in the past. Smelly brat, weren't you discussing the alchemic Tao with Old Man Du in Grand Boulder City? How did you end up here? Fei Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last time, Mina had specifically gone to Soaring Heaven sect to deliver a message to her from Yang Kai, saying that he would be staying in Grand Boulder City for a while and that her martial aunt didn't need to worry. Fei Yu had believed her and hadn't gone to Grand Boulder City to look for him, but now she had met him here. It's a long story, where should martial nephew begin? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Tell us what you can, if you can't, we won't force you, this old master is also very curious. Chu Ling Xiao looked at Yang Kai with a smile, not blaming Yang Kai for being too close to the ancient demon clan. Yang Kai glanced at him, then at his 4 martial uncles and martial aunt, and found that all of them were looking at him inquisitively. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai said, then disciple will begin. Ancestral founder and martial ant, please don't be too surprised. Humph, what could possibly surprise us? Fei Yu spat disdainfully. Martial nephew's story begins shortly after he arrived on Tongxian realm. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before recounting his encounter with the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City. When they heard that he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man and thrown into a mysterious small world, Chu Lingxiao and his martial uncles all showed surprised expressions. Yang Kai, who possessed the demon god's unyielding golden skeleton, didn't dare say anything, only saying that he had used the rescue of the ancient demon clan as a condition to get them to submit to him. Although there were some loopholes in this story and many things were unclear, Chu Lingxiao and his martial uncles didn't ask any questions and just listened quietly. After understanding why those from the demon race were so close to Yang Kai, Chu Lingxiao asked thoughtfully, "So, they are completely obedient to you? Will there be no resistance?" "No," Yang Kai quickly said. Chu Lingxiao stared at him deeply, as if trying to peer into the depths of his soul, retracting his gaze after a long time and nodding lightly, "That's good. Although you aren't very old, you are calm and steady, so you shouldn't do anything that would harm the human race. Since they are obedient to you, you can consider them as part of your strength, but remember, strength is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you may end up hurting yourself." Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully, "Disciple will remember. Also, you need to be mentally prepared to be targeted by countless people. If you don't have this kind of awareness, I advise you to give up on them. Once you accept them, your future path may be filled with thorns and you may be viewed as a life-or-death enemy by many people you know or don't know." Chu Lingxiao warned solemnly. "Disciple understands. Then this old master has nothing to say." Chu Lingxiao smiled faintly. Chu Lingxiao smiled lightly, "But Soaring Heaven sect can't accommodate them. Where are you going to put them? You can't take them to the demon land, right?" Chapter 868. If these people from the ancient demon race were to be placed in Soaring Heaven sect, not to mention what outsiders would think, Soaring Heaven sect's disciples would likely end up in conflict with the ancient demon clan. On top of that, it would also affect Soaring Heaven sect's reputation. Outsiders may think that Soaring Heaven sect was colluding with the demon race. Hearing Chu Lingxiao's question, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and simply said, "Disciple already has a plan for where to place them." "Oh? Let's hear it. I want to take them to Nine Heavens Holy Land. That place is at the very edge of human territory, bordering the monster race territory, so there shouldn't be any problems." "Nine Heavens Holy Land?" Sangyan frowned. "Are you familiar with that place? How could they agree to let you take these people from the demon race there? On top of that, I heard that something big happened to Nine Heavens Holy Land and that it has now been occupied by a great senior of the monster race." Fei Yu also said with some concern, "If you go there now, even if you have some acquaintances, you won't be able to find them. The monster race great senior is a peak third-order saint, he won't be easy to deal with." Yang Kai scratched his head, carefully observing the situation while whispering, "Martial uncles, I won't hide it from you, disciple is the new holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land." The four martial uncles were instantly dumbfounded as they all stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly. Even Chu Lingxiao was stunned for a moment. After a long time, Zhang Yan looked at Yang Kai hesitantly and asked, "Little martial nephew, are you joking, or are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "New holy master?" Rimaru's mouth twitched, seemingly unable to react. Fei Jian nodded thoughtfully, I did hear that Nine Heavens Holy Land has a new holy master, one who isn't very old." Saying so, he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find some clues. "Smelly brat," Fei Yu ground her teeth and cursed, "What else are you hiding from us? Tell us everything. No more." Yang Kai shrunk his neck and said, "I was going to find a chance to tell my martial uncles, but I never found a good opportunity, so, hee hee. That monster race great senior, can you handle him? Chu Ling Xiao solemnly asked Yang Kai, faintly worried. Martial ancestor may rest assured, I have an agreement with that monster race great senior. 9 Heavens Holy Land will only allow them to guard it for a period of time. Yes. You do indeed have such power in your hands. Chu Ling Xiao glanced over at Li Rong and the others who were paying close attention to him and smiled faintly. Although this old master doesn't have a good impression of the people from the demon race, it looks like they really care about you. The one who fought with the witch earlier was that woman, right? Yes. Xueli killed the coffin-carrying man, so their enmity is irreconcilable. That's good. This group of people from the demon race. I'll leave them to you. If the one standing in front of this old master was not you, this old master would never have let them go. Many thanks, martial ancestor, Yang Kai said gratefully. The indulgence and protection Chu Ling Xiao and his martial uncles showed him was something Yang Kai could clearly feel. As Chu Ling Xiao said, if the one standing in front of him was not him, he would not have let this matter rest. Martial ancestor, what about those people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple? Zhang frowned slightly, a malicious light flashing across his eyes. If we let them go, little martial nephew's matter will definitely spread far and wide. Chu Ling Xiao's brow furrowed for a moment before he leisurely said, this old master brought the 4 of you here today and only managed to intercept the demon general Xueli for a moment, as for the rest. I didn't see anything. Hearing this, Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 martial uncles were stunned for a moment before all of them stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. Zhang patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, little martial nephew, take care of yourself. If there is anything you don't want to do in the future, feel free to come back to the sect. Soaring Heaven Sect will always be your home. I'll keep the serene resplendent peak for you, remember to come back often, Fei Yu said with a smile. Perhaps we'll also go to 9 Heavens Holy Land and experience the prestige of the Holy Master. I've heard that there are several saintesses there, each one of them is quite beautiful, Rimaru said with a smirk. Fei Jian remained silent and simply nodded lightly to Yang Kai. Martial uncles. Yang Kai's lower lip squirmed, not knowing what to say, only feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Let's go, let's see if we can catch up with that demon woman. After taking a hit from the demon's sealing chain, she's probably suffered some serious injuries. Chu Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly became deep as he stared off into the distance. Yuan Qi wrapped up the 4 martial uncles and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ao turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. He had not expected that Chu Ling Xiao would just pat his butt and leave, not even bothering to rescue them. Brother Zhang, it looks like we've been abandoned. That Chu Ling Xiao and that little brat are clearly in cahoots. Chao Guan's expression became extremely cold. Realizing this, everyone felt uneasy. All around them, thousands of ancient demon race masters were glaring at them. The faces of the 5 Saint Realm masters were covered in strange and wild demon crests and their auras were fluctuating wildly. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan couldn't help retreating a few steps, secretly condensing their strength as they gulped, staring towards Li Rong and the others in horror. Master, how should we deal with these people? Li Rong asked softly. Yang Kai grinned silently. Seemingly aware of his murderous intent, Zhang Ao anxiously called out, Yang Xingzhu, there's no need to kill them all, right? This time we were in the wrong, but leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. This Zhang promises to never speak of what happened today. Leave some leeway? Yang Kai laughed, is that necessary? I don't think we'll meet again in the future. Saying so, his expression became cold and solemn as he shouted, kill. Since the beginning of the crisis in 9 Heavens Holy Land, this group of people had been opposing him at every turn. Just now, they had even tried to distort black and white, confusing right and wrong. If such people were allowed to live, they would definitely become a scourge in the future. Yang Kai wasn't a magnanimous person, on the contrary, he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. With his personality, how could he allow Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to continue living? As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, the thousands of ancient demon clansmen roared excitedly as they grabbed all kinds of strange artifacts and rushed towards the people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple like they had been injected with chicken blood. The ancient demon clan had been sealed away for far too long. They were the elites of the demon race, bloodthirsty, cruel, and evil. The violence hidden in their bones had been suppressed for thousands of years, but now they finally had a chance to release it. Each of them used their full strength in an instant, and like a tsunami, they swept across the Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple's forces, scattering them in all directions. The 4 Saint Realm Masters from these 2 forces were also targeted by Han Fei and the others. Han Fei and Hua Mo, who had just broken through to the Second Order Saint Realm, were in urgent need of a bloody battle to improve their understanding of their current realm, so naturally they didn't hold back. Although Zhang Ao was a Second Order Saint, in front of the ancient demon masters who had used their demon god transformation, he was still powerless to fight back. Li Rong didn't even need to take action, yet the 4 Saint Realm Masters on the opposite side had already lost all ability to resist. Blood splattered everywhere, and miserable cries resounded throughout the world. The pure white snow mountain was dyed red, and it was extremely dazzling. Corpses fell one after another, each of them seemingly witnessing a terrifying scene before their deaths, their eyes bulging. The cruelty of the ancient demon clan not only frightened their enemies, but even Wizard Tribulation, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel his eyes twitch. Their battle was simply inhumane. Even if they killed their opponents, they would tear them to shreds. Not a single one of those who were killed was left with a complete corpse, all of them torn to shreds. In the midst of this fierce battle, the ancient demon race masters subconsciously licked their lips and glared fiercely at their opponents, seemingly enjoying this kind of slaughter. Even the usually mischievous Guan seemed to transform into a completely different person during battle, her tender body exuding a towering malevolent aura, her pretty face ferocious, and coupled with the demon crests covering her body, she often caused her enemies to lose all will to fight as soon as they approached. "Leave no one alive," Li Rong ordered faintly, waving her hand and sending out several streaks of blood-red light. These streaks of blood-red light pierced through the crowd, filling the air with the stench of blood. One by one, the Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple cultivator were enveloped by this blood-red light, struggling to break free, unable to release any of them, all of them screaming like ghosts as they died in the blink of an eye. Her tender body flickered as she charged towards Zhang Ao. Wizard Tribulation's lips were dry, his body trembling as he watched this hell-like scene in front of him, terrified. The ancient demon race masters were like wolves and tigers, cruelly laughing madly as they shuttled through the sea of blood, killing their enemies one by one, all of them looking extremely excited. They seemed to enjoy this kind of slaughter very much. There was no mercy, and only enjoyment in the slaughter to their heart's content. Wizard Tribulation finally realized the horror of this group of people and felt a chill in his heart. Compared with the demon race masters, this group of people in front of him were the real demons. The madness and violence in front of him even indirectly affected his state of mind, causing his blood to boil. Gradually, his eyes turned red and his hands and feet no longer trembled. Deep in his heart, a kind of desire to be baptized in blood emerged, making him wish he could rush over and kill them himself. He enjoyed the throbbing of his heart. Wizard Tribulation. Suddenly, Yang Kai's shout rang in his ears. When this voice reached his ears, Wizard Tribulation's body shook, his crimson eyes suddenly regaining their clarity and the bloodthirst in his heart suddenly calmed down. Recovering, Wizard Tribulation broke out in a cold sweat, quickly calming his mind and protecting his mind, lest he be affected by the ancient demon clan again. "Many thanks, Holy Master, Master." Wizard Tribulation thanked, his admiration for Yang Kai growing. This young man's cultivation was lower than his own, but he was able to remain calm in this place, unaffected in the slightest. Obviously, this young man's cultivation was higher than his own. Perceiving this, Wizard Tribulation was shocked. Chapter 869. Every time the ancient demon race cultivators attacked, an enemy's head or body would be cut off and sent flying into the air. All kinds of black demonic chi surged out like trapped beasts from their cages and rampaged through the crowd, destroying the will and resistance of the shattering mystical palace and war spirit temple disciples. They screamed, begged, and died in despair. The pure and flawless snow mountain range was transformed into an azure purgatory, blood flowing like a trickling stream as severed limbs and corpses flew everywhere. In just a short time, the disciples of these two forces had been killed or injured more than 1,000. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others' eyes were bloodshot as they roared madly, trying to resist, but in front of Li Rong and the others, they were powerless and could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. The Transcendents had all been killed. The four saints were also gradually unable to resist. Zhang Ao's methods were extraordinary, the aftermath of his attacks even killing a few of the weaker ancient demon race cultivators, causing Li Rong to become more and more ruthless. Yang Kai watched all this indifferently, deeply understanding what it meant to be the strong preying on the weak. As time passed, the battle gradually subsided. The ground was littered with corpses and the ancient demon race cultivators were covered in blood, howling towards the sky, seemingly unable to conceal the murderous intent in their hearts, a towering malevolent aura gathering in one place, making the surrounding area seem quite oppressive. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple had a total of 4 saints, but 3 of them had been killed on the spot, only Zhang Ao had been captured alive. A thick blood-red light had wrapped around him like a rope, making it impossible for him to move. Li Rong brought him in front of Yang Kai, waiting for Yang Kai to deal with him. Standing in the center of this azure purgatory, Yang Kai closed his eyes and released the demon eye of annihilation into his knowledge sea, absorbing all the spiritual energy scattered around him. Zhang Ao waited in fear, not knowing what kind of fate awaited him, cold sweat dripping down his originally high-spirited face as he stared towards Yang Kai in horror. After a while, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Zhang Ao in front of him. Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak, Zhang Ao hastily declared his position, fearing that Yang Kai would immediately kill him. Yang Xingzhu, this Zhang can be considered a powerful expert. This time, your master is magnanimous and spared my life. This Zhang will definitely pledge his allegiance to you and listen to your orders in the future. Seeing him so cowardly, Li Rong and the others couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. A powerhouse. Not bad indeed. He chased me for a few months. Yang Kai nodded gently, but I'm sorry to say, I have no interest in you. The strength I've gathered is already enough, so it doesn't matter if I add or lose you. Keeping you around seems to be harming me without any benefit. No, Yang Xingzhu, I'll do whatever you want. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, Zhang Ao panicked and turned his eyes to Wizard Tribulation, shouting in a low voice, Sect Master Wizard, for the sake of our many years of friendship, please help me say something. Wizard Tribulation sighed deeply, Brother Zhang. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be saved. This wizard advised you 2 years ago to quit while you were ahead, but you insisted on killing me. Now that the situation is reversed, what do you want this wizard to say? On top of that, this wizard is only able to survive because of Master Holy Master's protection, so how could he have any say in this situation? Seeing Wizard Tribulation refuse his request, Zhang Ao couldn't help feeling a little disheartened and hurriedly said, Yang Xingzhu, I still have a secret, as long as you promise not to kill me, I can tell you everything. Secret? Yang Kai chuckled, who doesn't have a secret? What value does your secret have to me? This secret may be related to the mysteries of the legendary star field. I think Yang Xingzhu should be interested. You are the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, sooner or later you will break through to the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm. Such a master must pursue the path to the star field. Zhang Ao whispered. Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help becoming interested, leaning over to stare at him and asking, "Why is it related to the mysteries of the star field?" Because this Zhang personally experienced it once. It was as if he was standing in the middle of an endless star field, surrounded by countless stars. It was a very strange sight. "Master, this guy may be stalling for time, or maybe he's just spouting nonsense," Han Fei said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and motioned to Zhang Ao, "Continue." Seeing that he seemed to be really interested, Zhang Ao's spirit suddenly rose and he quickly continued. "Moreover, there was a very strange force that was constantly surging. Even though this Zhang is a second-order saint, he couldn't bear it, as if his entire body was being crushed to pieces. I think only a third-order saint would be able to withstand such a terrifying amount of energy with their physical body." Yang Kai frowned. What Zhang Ao said was very similar to what he had experienced in the star field, so he couldn't help feeling that what Zhang Ao said might be true and not some random fabrication. Those who had never been to the star field would find it difficult to accurately describe all this. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai grinned and asked, "What you're saying is quite plausible, but what does that have to do with the star field? How do you know that it was the star field?" To tell you the truth, Yang Shengzhu, at first, this Zhang didn't pay much attention to it, but one day, I suddenly picked up a very strange stone in the sect. That stone didn't seem to belong to this world. Over the next few years, this Zhang often found some strange scattered stones in that place, until one day, this Zhang obtained something special. "What was it?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "That thing is in this Zhang's universe bag, you can check it yourself. After you see it, you'll know whether this Zhang is lying or not," Zhang Ao said. Yang Kai glanced at his universe bag and reached out to take it, but just as he was about to open it, Li Rong quickly stepped forward and said, "Master, allow me." She clearly didn't trust Zhang Ao and was afraid that he had tampered with his universe bag. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded gently and handed the universe bag to Li Rong. "We'll rest here for the night while you adapt to the outside world. Prepare to tidy up, we'll leave early tomorrow morning." "Yes." Li Rong nodded and hurried off with Han Fei and the others. It wasn't until this time that the demon crests covering the ancient demon clan's bodies gradually dissipated and the thick evil qi also gradually disappeared, easing the oppressive atmosphere around them. Of the nearly 1,000 ancient demon race members, some had died in this battle, but the number was not large, only 20 to 30. Those who were still alive buried them on the spot and wept silently. They had longed for this mysterious small world for countless years, looking forward to it for countless years, but today, they had finally emerged from that mysterious small world, only to lose their lives before they even had the chance to see it. Their companions who were still alive naturally felt sorry for them. But soon, the ancient demon clans sorted out their emotions. The bright moon and looming stars in the sky were something they couldn't get tired of looking forward to tomorrow's rising sun, secretly imagining what kind of scene it would be like. Chapter 870. Late at night, the Snow Mountain Range was abnormally cold. However, the ancient demon race was not affected in the slightest, many of them lying on the snowy ground topless, enjoying the chill of the snow. The snowflakes falling from the sky also surprised them, many of them holding onto the falling snowflakes as they cried out in amazement. Everything in the outside world was incomparably fresh to them. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a corner, refining and absorbing the spiritual energy left behind by those who had died in this battle, assimilating their insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way into his own. "Master," Li Rong walked over and called out softly. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked up. "What's wrong?" "I found something very strange." "What is it?" Li Rong hurriedly handed over the object in her hand. Yang Kai took it and the moment it touched his hand, he felt something unusual, staring blankly at the fist-sized crimson stone in his hand. Yang Kai's current eyesight was quite good, and because he had studied alchemy, he had some understanding of this world's rare treasures and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. However, he still couldn't recognize what this stone was. It was crimson in color and was wet to the touch, as if it had just been fished out of water, but there was no liquid on his hand. What made Yang Kai feel the strangest was that there was actually a surge of blood force surging within this stone. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from inside it. A strong smell of blood permeated the tip of his nose. "Where did you get this?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. "It was in the universe bag that person gave me just now." She was referring to Zhang Ao. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly asked, "You don't recognize what this is?" Li Rong slowly shook her head and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Perhaps Great Commander Hua Mo can recognize it, he is the oldest in my clan." Saying so, she released her divine sense. Hearing her call, several great commanders of the ancient demon clan gathered around. The crimson stone was turned around in their hands and they all shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen such a strange stone before. Like Yang Kai, they were also quite concerned about the thick smell of blood, as if this strange stone contained a lot of blood. "Holy Master, Master! Can I have a look?" Wizard Tribulation suddenly asked. Yang Kai tossed the strange stone over. Wu Jie took it and carefully examined it, immediately sending out a wisp of true qi from his fingertips that seemed to produce a strange suction force. Under the influence of this suction force, a stream of crimson blood was drawn out from the strange stone. Seeing this scene, the great commanders of the ancient demon clan couldn't help widening their eyes. Wizard Tribulation nodded lightly and handed the strange stone back, saying, "If this wizard is not mistaken, this should be a blood essence stone." Blood essence stone? Yang Kai frowned. Li Rong and the others also looked like they had never heard of it before. So, what Zhang Ao said before he died may be true. Wizard Tribulation said thoughtfully, "I thought he deliberately attracted Master Holy Master's attention and tried to do something secretly." "You mean, what he said about the star field?" "Yes." Wizard Tribulation nodded seriously, because this blood essence stone is not a product of Tongxian realm, but something from the star field. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The star field was a legend on this continent, and no one had ever really been there. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao had gone to the star field through the 1,000-year demon flower and spent a year there, but the star field was so vast that he hadn't been able to explore it much. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Yang Kai had immediately rushed back. Does Master Holy Master know that there are some unique products from the star field that often appear in this continent? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded, "I've seen them before. Back in Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Du-One had taken out a strange stone from the star field to resist the soul-blowing power of the Wind Eye. Unfortunately, after that incident, that strange stone had shattered. Most of these unique products are strange stones. Perhaps when they were drifting through the star field, they inadvertently fell into our hands. Some have no use and are just ordinary stones, but some are extremely valuable. This blood essence stone is one such example." "How do you know about these things?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Wizard Tribulation shrugged his shoulders. "I used to know someone who owned this stone, but the one he owned was smaller than this one." "What is it used for?" "Holy Master, Holy Master might as well pour some yuan qi into it, you'll know its specific purpose when you try it." Wizard Tribulation smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, simply holding the blood essence stone and pouring his yuan qi madly into it. In an instant, a blood-red light burst forth and a heart-palpitating red light enveloped the surrounding heavens and earth. A strange power suddenly emerged from the blood essence stone, and under the influence of this strange power, the surrounding blood that had been swallowed up by the snow seemed to come to life and began to dance about like snakes. Visible to the naked eye, a series of subtle gullies appeared in the snow. Xio xio xio, tens of thousands of tiny streams of blood shot out from a radius of more than a dozen kilometers and drilled into the blood essence stone. The great commanders of the ancient demon clan all stared at this bloody and soul-stirring scene in amazement. The tiny streams of blood that shot out were clearly the blood of those who had died in battle, but at this moment, they were all being swallowed up by the blood essence stone. It was like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much blood it contained, it would never be full. With the influx of blood, the crimson light on the blood essence stone became more and more intense, and an even stronger smell of blood filled the air. After a while, the bloody light gradually weakened and no more blood rushed in. The snow mountain that had been stained red with blood once again became white and flawless, as if it had never been contaminated. Yang Kai watched in amazement. The blood essence stone in his hand seemed to have come to life at this moment, exuding a vigorous vitality. With a thought, Yang Kai pulled out a strand of energy from the blood essence stone. This strand of energy appeared to be pink and was sucked into Yang Kai's nose like smoke. Yang Kai felt that his vitality had suddenly improved greatly. His physique and all the cells in his body were filled with explosive power. This thing. Yang Kai's eyes filled with joy as he turned to Li Rong and asked, "Is there anyone who is seriously injured? Bring one over." Li Rong gently nodded and quickly left. A moment later, she returned, bringing back a clansman with a severed arm. Even though his arm had been cut off during the battle, this ancient demon race clansman still wore a leisurely expression, not even uttering a single sound. Blood was still gushing out from his severed arm, making him look extremely miserable. "Greetings, Master." The ancient demon race clansman quickly knelt down. The relationship between Yang Kai's identity and the ancient demon clan was something that Li Rong and the others had carefully explained to their clansmen, and all of them were able to accept. "Stand up, where is your severed arm?" Yang Kai asked. "I threw it away." The clansman replied simply, as if he had thrown away something worthless, at the same time looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he was asking this. "Where did you throw it?" Yang Kai's face went black. "Go find it." The clansman was straightforward and didn't ask any questions, simply walking off in a certain direction, seemingly wanting to find his severed arm. Han Fei's brow furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "Master, you aren't thinking of reconnecting his severed arm, are you?" "I'll give it a try." Yang Kai chuckled. "This thing contains a very powerful vitality, perhaps it can reconnect a severed arm." Saying so, he turned to Wizard Tribulation and asked, "Does the blood essence stone have such a function?" Wizard Tribulation laughed dryly, "I only know that it has a very powerful healing effect, and it also has a great supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills. As for whether it can reconnect a severed arm, this wizard doesn't know. Not only does it have a supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills, anyone can use it." Yang Kai gently nodded as he examined the blood essence stone in his hand. "A product of the star field is truly amazing. Just that wisp of blood chi was able to make me feel like my strength had increased a little. If I use it in battle, perhaps I can catch my opponent off guard and turn defeat into victory." Hearing him say this, everyone showed an interested look towards the blood essence stone. After waiting for a while, the ancient demon race clansman finally found his severed arm. However, too much time had passed, so the severed arm had become cold and stiff, like a ghost's hand. The cut was smooth and should have been made by a sharp weapon, making it easier to connect. Yang Kai instructed the clansman to connect the severed arm himself before drawing out the rich blood chi from the blood essence stone to cover the severed arm. The pink blood chi wriggled like an earthworm and continuously poured into the wound. The group of people watched intently, and although they couldn't quite believe what they were seeing, they were also looking forward to it. The ancient demon race clansman didn't seem to care at first. Regenerating a severed arm was something even a peak third-order saint couldn't accomplish. He was only an immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage cultivator, so although his physique was strong enough, a severed arm was still a severed arm. How could it be reconnected? As such, he didn't have much hope, but because of Yang Kai's identity and orders, he couldn't refuse. However, with the influx of the blood chi, the nonchalant expression on the clansman's face gradually disappeared, replaced by surprise, and then ecstasy. His eyes widened with anticipation, and his body trembled slightly, as if he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. The already cold and stiff severed arm, under the influence of the blood qi, became warm and numb, as if ants were gnawing on it. The clansman could even feel his fingers. Chapter 871. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai put away the blood essence stone and said to the ancient demon race member, "Try moving around." The man quickly clenched his fists and a series of crackling sounds came out. His eyebrows flashed with surprise as he said, "It's really reattached." Li Rong and the others were shocked, they couldn't believe it. Reattaching a severed arm, something that should have been impossible, had happened right under their noses. This made them realize how extraordinary the blood essence stone was. The flesh has been reattached, but the bones haven't completely healed yet. Don't use too much force and remember to rest more, Yang Kai reminded. The ancient demon race member nodded repeatedly, his face filled with gratitude. "Many thanks, Master, many thanks." Although he didn't seem to care about losing his arm, now that his body was whole again, he was naturally very happy. "Go," Yang Kai smiled faintly. The man respectfully bowed and ran back excitedly. Yang Kai played with the blood essence stone in his hand and keenly noticed that a lot of blood essence had been consumed. This was an interesting thing. It seemed to be able to transform ordinary blood into a mysterious power that had the effect of recovery and enhancement. A product of the star field was indeed extraordinary. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai casually tossed the blood essence stone to Li Rong and said, "See if there are any other members of our race that need to be treated. There's still a lot of blood essence stored inside, so don't be stingy and use it as much as you want." "Yes," Li Rong quickly replied and went to work with the other commanders. There were only about 1,000 members of the ancient demon race, so Li Rong and the others attached great importance to every member of their race. After they left, the wizard Tribulation slowly came over and stared at the ancient demon race member and sighed, "They are a very powerful race." Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded. "Holy Master, are you really going to take them with you?" "Yes." The wizard Tribulation couldn't help but frown. "So, Master, Holy Master, you don't want to give up this power?" "Why give up? Staying with them will bring a lot of trouble, unless the Holy Master brings them to the demon land or a neutral territory." Yang Kai shook his head and said bluntly, "I want to take them back to Nine Heavens' Holy Land." Wizard Tribulation was taken aback, as if he could already see the scene of the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land fighting these people from the demon race. Moreover, if they really went to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they would be neighbors with Netherworld sect. "To be honest, Wizard, I don't really want to have anything to do with the Holy Master now." Tribulation looked solemn and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said leisurely, "I won't force anyone. Since you were willing to reconcile with me before, you still have the right to choose. Of course, I won't settle accounts with you later, you can go wherever you want, and this time your Netherworld sect won't have any losses." Wizard Tribulation nodded, suddenly chuckling meaningfully and whispering, "Wizard, this one really should stay away from you. Holy Master doesn't seem to be a peaceful person." "But Wizard's instincts tell me that Master Holy Master is a person who can achieve great things. I'd like to see how far you can grow in the future, or if you'll be destroyed along the way." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, "If I'm destroyed, you won't be able to escape death either, but if I can grow, Sect Wizard will also gain many benefits." "Wizard, this one only wishes for the sect to last." "I promise." The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Holy Master should rest, we'll have to depart after dawn. Nine Heavens Holy Land is quite a distance from here, there may be many troubles along the way." Wuxia nodded before bowing respectfully and retreating. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a black cloud was rapidly gathering. Inside this black cloud, there were many figures, no less than 1,000. These were all people from the ancient demon race. Leaving the snow mountain range and rushing towards Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they had to pass through the territories of many human forces. With such a large group of people from the demon race moving together, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai didn't want to have any conflicts with others, and neither did Li Rong and the others, so they could only fly high up in the sky and avoid the eyes of outsiders as much as possible. In front of the black cloud, Wizard Tribulation led the Netherworld sect disciples to explore a desolate place. Soaring Heaven sect, atop serene resplendent peak, Xianxia and the others stood at the top of the peak, looking up at the rolling black cloud that swaggered past Soaring Heaven sect, all of them laughing involuntarily. This little brat. Xianxia slowly shook his head. I hope he'll have a safe journey, Feiyu muttered with some worry. That group of people from the demon race have countless masters, how could anything happen to them? Rimara laughed, I think we should be more worried about those who seek them out. Little Marshal Nephew's temper isn't very good, if he gets into a conflict with someone, he'll definitely kill them. Once he killed someone, Yang Kai's position would become even more difficult. Worrying is useless, since Little Marshal Nephew has made such a choice, naturally he has his own plans. Interesting, as the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he can actually command so many people from the demon race. What is Little Marshal Nephew doing? None of them could guess what Yang Kai was thinking, all of them shaking their heads as they watched the black cloud quickly depart. Inside the black cloud, after learning the destination of this trip, Li Rong muttered in amazement, so we're going to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Master is actually the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, that's amazing. What's wrong? You've heard of Nine Heavens' Holy Land and that mysterious small world? Yang Kai glanced at her. I read about it in the ancient records. Li Rong smiled, it's said to be a very powerful sect. When Great Demon God was still alive, Nine Heavens' Holy Land was one of the top forces among the human race. At that time, their Holy Master seemed to have fought Great Demon God once, but in the end, he was defeated. However, Great Demon God also suffered some injuries as a result, one of the few times Great Demon God's master was injured. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded secretly. Li Rong had read about this from the ancient records, but Yang Kai had witnessed some fragments of it when he was refining the drop of Demon God golden blood in the Holy Tomb, so he knew just how earth-shattering that battle was. The nearly 1,000-year-old demon race participants were all in high spirits. Although they didn't know the destination of this trip, for them, being able to leave that mysterious small world and enter the vast world outside was the best gift they could hope for. As such, each of them seemed to be very active, constantly glancing around. The rest of the way was silent and the next 10 days passed uneventfully. With Wizard Tribulation leading the way, Yang Kai was saved a lot of trouble. 10 days later, as they were hurrying along, Li Rong suddenly frowned and stared towards a certain place below. At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed. Probably because their group had passed by, the masters below had been alerted and several Transcendent Realm masters were tailing them, intending to investigate carefully. Master, should we send someone to send them away? Li Rong asked. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly, don't kill them, just make sure they don't follow us. Got it, Enya. Li Rong shouted. Enya, who was in the middle of the group, immediately flew down. A moment later, a brief battle fluctuation came from below. After a while, Enya caught up and reported, they won't be able to move for 3 to 5 days, so we didn't injure them. Li Rong nodded approvingly, good, well done. My race has only just reappeared in this world, so it's best not to provoke them if possible. The group continued to move forward. But as time passed and the distance they traveled increased, the auras of the ancient demon race still alarmed more and more human masters. Every time, Enya or Xueji would go down to deal with them, trapping those who chased after them in place so they couldn't pursue. Although they showed mercy and didn't hurt anyone, news that a large number of demon race masters had passed through human territory still spread like wildfire. As a result, Yang Kai's group now had people waiting for them on the road ahead of them. Most of these people were transcendent realm masters, most of whom were quite tactful. When they noticed that there were masters guarding the ancient demon clan, none of them dared to intrude, instead choosing to follow them from a distance in an attempt to obtain some information. Occasionally, there would be a few arrogant fellows who would try to intercept them from the front and speak rudely, but they would all be taught a lesson by the masters of the ancient demon clan. These people were like maggots in one's tarsal bone, one batch after another would come. Yang Kai was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The enmity between the human and demon clans was not something that could be resolved overnight, so it was inevitable that the ancient demon clan would be targeted. Yang Kai couldn't start a massacre over such a trivial matter, otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. 2 months later, the group finally arrived near Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Behind them, there were over 100 pursuers, all of whom were transcendent realm masters with more than a dozen saint realm masters among them. Such a force was something Yang Kai couldn't help but pay attention to. It was time to have a good talk with them. Yang Kai didn't rush the ancient demon clan into Nine Heaven's Holy Land and instead had them stay in the mountain range for the time being. Taking only Li Rong with him, Yang Kai walked towards the place where the pursuers were gathering. A dozen kilometers away, after noticing that the ancient demon clan had stopped, the group of people also stopped and sent out their divine senses to spy on the situation. The faces of each of the human race masters were extremely dignified. "Old Chu, there seems to be some people coming over," one of them suddenly exclaimed. Everyone else nodded, indicating that they had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Li Rong. A third-order transcendent and a second-order saint, neither of them are hiding anything. It seems they want to talk to us. Someone guessed. If that wasn't the case, how could there only be 2 people here? Demon race bastards, what's there to talk about? When they come over, we'll just kill them all. An old man with a ruddy face shouted, a look of hatred towards the demon race. We'll take this opportunity to ambush them. Chapter 872. These 100 human race masters were from 20 to 30 different forces, and although most of them had never met before, as long as they reported their names, they would at least have heard of them. In particular, there were several second-order saints who were famous throughout the world. Old Chu was one of them. Ignoring the clamoring of his companions who were hostile to the demons, the man called Old Chu pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. If they are willing, we can negotiate. This old master would also like to know what they want to do and where they are heading. This direction is not towards the demon land but towards the monster race's territory. As he spoke, a look of doubt appeared on his face. We can negotiate, they haven't killed anyone along the way, it seems they don't want to create too much hatred. Another scholarly-looking man nodded lightly. This man appeared to be middle-aged, but in fact, he was older than 90% of the people present and was one of the few second-order saints present. With these 2 speaking together, the others didn't dare to say anything and simply followed their lead. The 100 or so human race masters all waited solemnly. After an incense stick worth of time, 2 figures leisurely appeared and strode over. After seeing the appearance of these people, everyone couldn't help feeling surprised. Because the one leading them was actually a young man with a heroic physique, wearing a set of black robes that could be seen anywhere, and his gait was steady. Behind this young man was a dignified, mature, and beautiful woman. This beautiful woman's cultivation was clearly at the second-order saint realm, and even before she had arrived, the 100 or so human race masters felt an inexplicable pressure, making them all pay attention to her. However, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though this beautiful woman made them feel vigilant, the seemingly ordinary young man gave off a temperament that was impossible to ignore. Even the brilliance of this beautiful woman was faintly suppressed by this young man. The beautiful woman followed behind him like a guard, always maintaining a distance of half a meter between them, never once crossing the line. This was clearly the action of a retainer following their master out. Old Chu and the other top masters all glanced at each other and saw the doubts in each other's hearts. There was no way for them to infer what the relationship between these two was. Not long after, the young man and the beautiful woman arrived in front of the crowd and stood still. Observing this young man up close, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though he was facing more than 100 human race masters, this young man's expression remained calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Instead, his eyes swept over the crowd as if he was examining the cultivations of these people. The beautiful woman also stood behind him, motionless. Her body emitted surging waves of energy. Elder Chu and the others secretly took a deep breath as their expressions turned solemn. As soon as Yang Kai stood still, he felt countless divine senses sweep towards him, unscrupulously probing his cultivation. Li Rong frowned and her pretty face became cold, but just as she was about to shout, Yang Kai waved his hand to stop her. Grinning, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "You've all traveled thousands of kilometers to follow me, it's really been hard on you. This junior has something to say to all of you, I wonder if it would be convenient for you to do so?" Old Chu and the others frowned and turned their eyes to Yang Kai. Only now did they confirm that the beautiful woman really followed this young man's lead. Otherwise, at such an important occasion, he wouldn't have had the chance to speak. Of course. The man called Old Chu calmed his thoughts and smiled lightly. This old master and the others also had the same intention. Saying so, he stepped forward with the scholarly middle-aged man and the red-faced old man who had clamored to ambush Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that these three people in front of him were the most powerful among them, all of them second-order saints. The three of them came from different forces. Together, they could represent everyone. Old Chu introduced himself. "This old master is Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion." Saying so, he pointed to the middle-aged scholar and introduced him. "This is Fang Yu Bai of Smokelock Tower." Then, he pointed to the ruddy old man with a hostile expression. "This is Wu Zheng of the Free and Unfettered Sect." Yang Kai nodded to each of them, greeting them warmly. "How should I address little brother?" Chu Yi stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes and asked. "Some of you know my identity." Senior Chu might as well ask. "I think it'll be easy to get an answer." Yang Kai smiled but didn't answer directly, instead turning his eyes to a certain spot in the crowd. There were a few familiar faces there, all of whom Yang Kai had met when Zhang Ao and Chao Guan attacked Nine Heaven's Holy Land last time. However, Yang Kai didn't know their names. Since Yang Kai appeared, these people showed a look of dread, seemingly recalling the scene 2 or 3 years ago when Yang Kai slaughtered his way through the 9 peaks. Trying to act mysterious, "Who do you think you are? Old Chu asked you a question, just answer." The red-faced old man, Wu Zheng, coldly snorted, seemingly disliking Yang Kai, his eyes filled with disgust and contempt. Yang Kai was quite puzzled, wondering when he had offended this old man. "It's fine." Chu Yi chuckled, turning around and asking, "Do any of you know the identity of this little brother?" Several people immediately walked out of the crowd, came over to Chu Yi, and whispered a few words to him. A moment later, Chu Yi showed a look of surprise as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, exclaiming, "So little brother is the new holy master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land? Forgive my disrespect." Fang Yu Bai and Wu Zheng glanced at each other, obviously also taken aback. "Senior is too polite," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chu Yi's expression suddenly became serious as he narrowed his eyes, quickly asking, "Since you are the new holy master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, you should be a member of the human race, right?" "Naturally. But why is Yang Shengzhu traveling with so many people from the demon race? On top of that, this old master can see that your relationship with this lady is not simple." "How is it not simple?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It's more like a subordinate relationship, and, you are the master while she is the servant." Chu Yi frowned, boldly speculating. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai simply nodded. "Senior Chu's vision is sharp, this junior admires it. These people from the demon race are indeed my people and now obey my orders." Chu Yi froze for a moment, a look of disbelief filling his face. Fang Yubai and Wu Zheng also stared with wide eyes, directing inquisitive looks towards Li Rong, seemingly wanting to see some clues from her, but what shocked them even more was that not only did Li Rong not refute this, she even wore a look of honor on her face. This made everyone who saw this scene somewhat unable to accept. Although a second-order saint had not yet reached the peak of this world, it was still one of the few masters in this world who had achieved such a feat. If this beautiful woman wanted to, she could even establish her own sect. She was fully qualified to do so. But such a master was actually the servant of the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land? What kind of heaven-defying methods did this Yang Kai possess that allowed him to subdue a second-order Saint Realm Master and make her willingly serve him? For a time, many people's gazes towards Yang Kai and Li Rong became ambiguous, faintly feeling that the reason Yang Kai was able to subdue Li Rong was because he had some kind of amazing ability. Many of them were filled with admiration and envy. Perceiving everyone's strange gazes, Li Rong's expression became cold as she released her powerful divine sense, instantly causing everyone to go silent out of fear. Ahem ahem. Chu Yi dryly coughed twice, his old face somewhat uncomfortable. Just now, he had also misunderstood. However, he quickly denied this ridiculous speculation in his heart. It was impossible for such an outstanding woman to be subdued in such a manner. What's more, there were nearly 1,000 people from the demon race on the other side, as well as several Saint Realm Masters. It was impossible for all of them to have such a relationship with Yang Kai. Fang Yubai suddenly laughed. Although Yang Shengzhu's words are hard to believe, since this lady isn't refuting them, we'll take them seriously. However, Yang Shengzhu and his servant coming here alone and acting so leisurely, don't you think they don't put us in their eyes? These words were spoken in such a cunning manner that it immediately aroused the hatred of many people present, all of them glaring at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to immediately launch an attack to prove that their means were not to be underestimated. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression still indifferent as he stared at Fang Yubai and said, "It's not that I don't put you in my eyes, on the contrary, this is the only way to show this junior sincerity in wanting to talk with you. If I had really brought a large number of people here, I would indeed have given you enough attention, but I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to talk much before fighting." Fang Yubai gawked for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yang Shengzhu really is extraordinary, no wonder he was able to take over as Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master. Can we talk now? Yang Kai smiled and nodded, looking at the three people in front of him. Fang Yubai nodded firmly. Chu Yi and Wu Zheng also had no objections. Only then did Yang Kai continue, "All of you have been following us tirelessly because you sensed the aura of a large number of demon race activities. Because you were not at ease and did not know our intentions, you decided to follow us to take a look, right?" "Indeed." The three nodded. So many demons appearing in my human territory, and all of them possessing extraordinary strength, it's difficult not to make the connection. The friends gathered here are all here because of this. Then you can rest assured, because our destination is about to be reached, and we won't do anything to harm the human race. We're about to arrive at our destination. Chu Yi frowned as he gazed forward, his expression changing slightly. Yang Shengzhu wants to take those demons to Nine Heavens Holy Land? Since they are my people, naturally I will arrange for them to stay in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. Wu Zheng snorted. Although you are now the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Nine Heavens Holy Land is also my human race's territory. Now you want to settle so many people from the demon race, is that proper? That's my business, there's no need for Senior Wu to worry about it. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Senior Wu wouldn't meddle in the affairs of other sects, right? You're committing a grave offense, sooner or later you'll bring about your own destruction. Wu Zheng sneered. Chapter 873. If such a day really comes, this junior will only have himself to blame. Yang Kai stared at Wu Zheng faintly, somewhat impatiently. This guy seemed to be specifically targeting him, which naturally made Yang Kai a little unhappy. On top of that, the other party was being too nosy. Chu Yi hesitated for a moment before saying, Yang Shengzhu, your nine heavens holy land is a golden signboard of my human race, standing for thousands of years and still thriving. This old master has heard that when we fought against the demon race, nine heavens holy land also made great contributions. This old master has also heard of great elder Su Hui's fame, but now that the holy land is under your control, this old master would like to ask, as the sect master of your holy land, why are you willing to associate yourself with the demon race? Since ancient times, humans and demons have never coexisted. Yang Shengzhu understands this, yes? Of course I understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. However, my subordinates from the demon race have been sealed in a mysterious small world for thousands of years. It wasn't until I accidentally entered that mysterious small world a few days ago that I discovered them and brought them out. After not having contact with the outside world for so long, their hatred for the human race and demon race has long since been forgotten. Seniors can rest assured, this junior can guarantee that they will not do anything to harm the human race. A mysterious small world? Sealed for thousands of years? Is that true? A burst of exclamations came from the crowd, many of them staring at Yang Kai enviously, wondering why they hadn't discovered that mysterious small world. If they had discovered it, perhaps they too would have been able to subdue so many powerful subordinates. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Li Rong and the latter quickly said, yes, our race has indeed been sealed for thousands of years and only saw the light of day 2 months ago. On top of that, we also swore an oath in the name of great demon god that we would only be loyal to Master for the rest of our lives. The hatred between your human race and the demon race is of no concern to us, all we ask for now is a place to live. Chu Yi's expression changed slightly as he stared deeply at Li Rong. He was fully aware of the great demonic god's position in the hearts of the demon race. No one from the demon race dared to swear in the name of the great demonic god. Li Rong's serious tone made Chu Yi believe her a little. There is also a place for you to live in the demon land, there is no need for you to stay in Nine Heavens holy land, right? Fang Yuebai frowned. Since you are members of the demon race, you should return to the demon land. That is your homeland. We can't go back. Yang Kai chuckled. Why? Because a few days ago, they had a fight with Demon General Xueli, injuring her and forcing her to flee. If they really returned to the demon land, wouldn't they be throwing themselves into a trap? Demon General Shirley? She's injured? When did this happen? Who injured her? Another burst of exclamations rang out as many people were shocked, some unable to believe what they were hearing. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. They have a grudge with Shirley, so it is impossible for them to return to the demon land. In other words, they were able to attack a demon general, so although the blood of the demon race flows in their veins, they are also enemies of the demon race. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't that right? Fang Yuebai and Chu Yi exchanged a glance before gently nodding. The latter nodded. If what you say is true, then it is reasonable. Although this old master wants to believe Yang Shengzhu's words, the details will need to be investigated first. If Senior Chu wants to inquire, I suggest you take a trip to Soaring Heaven sect. That night, when you fought with Shirley, Soaring Heaven sect's ancestral founder Chu Ling Shao was also present. Shirley's injury was also thanks to him. So it was Soaring Heaven sect's ancestral founder. Chu Yi's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood, nodding firmly, Soaring Heaven sect, this old master will go. Yang Kai chuckled. In short, although I have gathered a lot of people from the demon race, I will not do anything to harm the human race, but if anyone tries to cause trouble, don't blame this holy master for being impolite. Wu Zheng coldly snorted, his expression displeased, secretly feeling that Yang Kai's tone was too arrogant, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. So, are you satisfied? If you are, please disperse. I'm sorry to trouble you all to chase after me for so long. Perhaps you can come to my Nine Heavens holy land for a few days, we've already arrived at our doorstep. Hearing this, Chui shook his head with a wry smile. No need, I heard that your Nine Heavens holy land is now occupied by a monster race great senior. Yang Xingzhu should think carefully about how to solve this current problem. However, Yang Xingzhu, this old master has one more thing to say. Please speak, Senior Chu, restrain your subordinates from the demon race, they may not be as obedient as you think they are. If one day they do something evil, it will affect the reputation of your Nine Heavens holy land. Many thanks for the reminder, I will keep an eye on them. Chui gently nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression before turning to Li Rong and then turning to leave. Fang Yubai pondered for a while before nodding to Yang Kai and following. As soon as the two of them left, more than half of the 100 human race masters scattered. Only the ruddy-faced Wu Zheng stared coldly at Yang Kai and Li Rong, his expression filled with resentment, not moving. Most of the human clan experts who stayed behind to watch wore fearful expressions. Yang Kai knew that people like Chu Yi and Fang Yubai were relatively easy to talk to, so after everyone had talked for a while, they also left. However, Wu Zheng and the others who remained behind seemed to be very hostile to the other races and were not comfortable with allowing the demon race masters to remain in human territory. This was despite the fact that Nine Heavens holy land had nothing to do with them. To put it nicely, they had the world in their hearts and cared about the common people. To put it bluntly, they had nothing better to do. Little brat, I hope you can really restrain them, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Wu Zheng spat out some harsh words before leaving angrily. As the large group of people gradually walked away, Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled lightly, let's go back. Li Rong followed closely behind. Not far away, the human race masters seemed to be somewhat unwilling, one of them turning to Wu Zheng and asking, Senior Wu, are we really just going to let those people from the demon race remain in Nine Heavens holy land? They are a group of scourges, sooner or later something will happen. What can we do? The Holy Master of Nine Heavens holy land has already accepted them, what can we outsiders say? At most, we can only cut off all contact with Nine Heavens holy land in the future and isolate them. Wu Zheng snorted. Although most of the people here had never had any contact with Nine Heavens holy land, he still grit his teeth and said, Chu Yi and Fang Yubai don't want to intervene, can't you see that? It's understandable that Senior Chu and Senior Fang want to protect themselves. However, Senior Wu is obviously different from them. If you really want to deal with those people from the demon race, this one has a good plan that may have some effect. Someone smiled slyly. Oh? Wu Zheng raised his brow, let's hear it. The reason Senior Chu and Senior Fang don't want to intervene is because they haven't caused any trouble yet. However, with the temperament of the people from the demon race, sooner or later they will cause trouble. Instead of waiting, we might as well help them. As long as they dare to kill and injure people, I believe the masters of the human race won't just sit back and watch, right? At that time, not only will Senior Chu and Senior Fang have to step in to deal with them, but they will also attract more powerful masters. Wu Zheng's eyes lit up, secretly feeling that what this man said made sense, urging him, elaborate. The man said happily, there are many people in this world who hate the demon race. As long as we spread the news that there are people from the demon race here, how could we be afraid that no one will come to cause trouble for them? Once or twice they may be able to endure, that little brat surnamed Yang will also be able to restrain himself, but if it happens too many times, they will definitely become violent. Once they do, heh. Someone else interjected, right, Nine Heavens holy land still has many rare monster beasts. Their fur, blood, monster core, teeth, and claws are all good artifact refining materials. I think there will be people interested in them. Wu Zheng raised his brow and squinted towards the two people who had just spoken, grinning wickedly, treacherous. Senior Wu's praise is too high, the two men smiled awkwardly. In that case, hurry up and spread the news. There is no need to exaggerate. Just report it as it is. However, you just have to hide the cultivation bases and number of experts there. Don't scare them away from coming over. Wu Jing sneered. Senior Wu is wise. Returning to the place where the ancient demon clan was temporarily staying, Han Fei, Huaimo, and the others immediately gathered around to inquire about the situation. A bunch of bored people, there's no need to pay attention to them. Li Rong said indifferently before turning to Yang Kai and asking, but master, that monster race great senior seems to still be there, how do you plan to deal with him? Every great senior of the monster race is not to be trifled with. Good, you continue to wait here, I have to go over there and talk with great senior, Yang Kai frowned. It was easier to invite a god than to send him away. Last time, he had been forced to provoke that monster race great senior, so this time, he didn't know if he would be able to smoothly drive him away. If things didn't go well, there was a chance he would become hostile. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the monster race with the strength he currently possessed, if a conflict really arose, it would be difficult to resolve. After all, they would still be neighbors in the future and the Beast Sea jungle was nearby. After resting for a while, Yang Kai continued leading Li Rong towards Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Half a day later, inside a palace in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, the monster race great senior, who had been meditating with the heavenly way, suddenly opened his eyes and stared towards a certain direction. His eyes, which were as deep as the stars in the sky, seemed to be able to penetrate all the obstacles in front of him and immediately saw Yang Kai and Li Rong. Yang Kai, who had been walking, suddenly stopped and grinned as he stared towards a certain spot in the void. Li Rong's pretty face also became dignified as she stared towards a certain spot in the void, her demonic chi surging slightly. After a while, the great senior sitting in the main hall took back his divine sense and slowly shook his head. Great senior, what happened? Kai Dai asked curiously from the side of the hall. That smelly brat is back, great senior laughed, it seems he wants to take back Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Kai Dai's brow furrowed slightly, you mean Yang Kai? Who else could it be besides him? Great senior nodded gently. Chapter 874. You're back so soon? It's only been 3 years, Kai Dai frowned. Kai Dai frowned, the world energy here is much richer than in the Beast Sea jungle, there are spirit pills and crystal stones, we've grown a lot in these past few years, great senior, I don't want to give up on this place. Great senior glanced over at her with a smile, then what do you want? This king made an agreement with him before that he would only take care of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, not occupy it. Now that he has returned, naturally this place should be returned to its rightful owner. My monster race also owes him a debt of gratitude, without him, the problem of the beast transformation pond would not have been solved. Is there no other way? You can act shamelessly. Great senior chuckled, seemingly joking, waving his hand, go greet them. Kai Dai bowed her head in response and disappeared in a flash. On the outskirts of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had just arrived when a burly figure descended from the sky, causing the ground to tremble as he shouted, who dares come to my monster race's territory? If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, otherwise don't blame grandfather for being impolite. Saying so, this monster race master shook his head and glared towards Yang Kai and Li Rong, but in the next moment, this monster race master's expression changed to one of surprise. Monster race's territory? Yang Kai also smiled, Brother Kwang, that's not right. This is my Nine Heavens' Holy Land, when did it become your monster race's territory? Yang Kai? Kwang Shi shouted as he rushed over. Li Rong's expression tightened, but after seeing that Yang Kai didn't give her any instructions, she simply stared vigilantly at this wild man in front of her, not in a hurry to act. Rushing over, Kwang Shi laughed, ha ha ha, I was wondering which idiot it was, so it was you. Why didn't you say hello in advance? Didn't I come to say hello? After not seeing you for a few years, Brother Kwang seems to have grown a lot. Thank you, thank you. Wild Lion's face was filled with joy, it's all thanks to the crystal stones you mined and the pills refined by those alchemists. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such great progress. But compared to you, it doesn't seem like much. How come you're on the same level as me? The last time Yang Kai saw Yang Kai, he had been slightly weaker than himself, but now, both of them were third-order transcendents. Wild Lion originally thought that his improvement was already fast enough, but now that he compared himself to Yang Kai, he couldn't help but feel envious. I say, brother, you came back so quickly. Don't tell me you want this place back? Mad Lion asked with a bitter expression. That's right. I've let you use it for 2 to 3 years. That's long enough. You should have mined a lot of crystals by now. It's only been 2 to 3 years. Wild Lion seemed very dissatisfied. Forget it, it's not my place to worry about this anyway. You're going to see Great Senior, right? Great Senior should be in the palace in the middle mountain peak right now, so I won't accompany you. Kai Dai, Master sent me here to guard the sect, heh. There's no need for you to accompany me, someone has already come to greet me. Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the 7-colored mist that was rapidly approaching from the distance. A moment later, Kai Dai flapped her wings and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Glancing over at Yang Kai faintly, Kai Dai then cast her gaze towards Li Rong. Both of them were second-order saints, but Kai Dai felt a sense of pressure from Li Rong. This feeling was quite inexplicable, and she couldn't help but have a desire to compete with the other party. Sister Kai Dai. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Kai Dai retracted her gaze and turned to Yang Kai. What are you doing here? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before smiling lightly. Naturally, I'm here to see Great Senior and have him fulfill the previous agreement. Kai Dai's brow furrowed as she quickly said, if it's about these 9 peaks, how about letting my clan use them for a few more years? That's not good, is it? Yang Kai said helplessly, shaking his head gently, my people are still waiting to live here. Just a few years, after a few years, we'll definitely withdraw from here. Yang Kai was slightly displeased and frowned, is this Great Senior's idea or your own? Great Senior is not a man who goes back on his word, this is my idea. If you agree, I can give you some benefits. And if I don't agree? I'll make you agree. Kai Dai stared at Yang Kai stubbornly. Yang Kai sighed and said impatiently, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Li Rong, help me stop her. Yes. Li Rong responded casually, her tender body flickering as she appeared directly in front of Kai Dai. Kai Dai, however, ignored her and waved her hand, sending out a 7-colored light towards Yang Kai. This light contained an incredible power that instantly wrapped around Yang Kai, as if it was trying to bind him. But in the next moment, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, because at that moment, she actually lost track of Yang Kai. Inside the 7-colored light, a strange energy fluctuation appeared and Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. When she sensed him again, his aura had reappeared on a mountain peak more than 10 kilometers away. Kai Dai was stunned, but before she could think about what method Yang Kai had used to escape from the shackles of her second-order saint, Li Rong's attack had already arrived and she had no choice but to resist. In front of the hall, Yang Kai leisurely appeared and walked straight forward. Stepping into the hall, Yang Kai saw the monster race Great Senior looking at him with a smile on his face. Great Senior, long time no see, Yang Kai greeted as he walked towards him. Great Senior shook his head and said, it hasn't been that long. It feels like we just met yesterday. Great Senior's words are too irresponsible, in the blink of an eye, it's been nearly 3 years. I've come to take back my territory, Yang Kai retorted. Don't worry, I won't leave, Great Senior laughed. Kai Dai acted on her own accord, so I will reprimand her, but who did you bring with you? Why do I feel like her aura is a bit strange? How is it strange? Just like you, her cultivation can be seen through at a glance, but when it comes to real combat, it's as if she can fight above her own realm. Great Senior quickly said. Huh, Great Senior thinks too much. Yang Kai shook his head, not continuing to discuss this topic. Good, give me half a month, I'll have my people evacuate from here. Great Senior's expression became serious. I hope that after this incident, we can still be on good terms. Of course, I'm hoping to get a lot of rare medicinal herbs from you guys. Just like when the old Holy Master was alive, we can each take what we need. That would be for the best. Great Senior nodded with satisfaction. Yang Kai was also very satisfied. He had thought that this trip would be somewhat troublesome, but he hadn't expected Great Senior to be so easy to talk to. It seemed he really was a man of his word. Dealing with such a person, Yang Kai felt more assured. After talking for a while, Great Senior suddenly said, "But boy, there is one thing I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me in detail?" "What is it? Why do I feel demonic chi from you? Even though it's very faint and weak, there are indeed traces of demonic aura. Furthermore, this demonic aura doesn't seem ordinary. It belongs to a demonic aura with an extremely noble bloodline, and it's slightly similar to my own aura." Yang Kai's expression changed, knowing that what Great Senior felt was the aura of the Dragon Emperor. Great Senior's original form was a scarlet flame thunder dragon, so he was indeed somewhat related to a true dragon. Worthy of being a monster beast, his sense of smell was quite keen. "The last time I saw you, you didn't have this kind of aura. What have you encountered these past few years?" Great Senior stared at Yang Kai and asked seriously. "I haven't encountered anything, I've just been walking around casually." Yang Kai laughed lightly. Knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to say much, Great Senior didn't force him. After making an appointment with Great Senior, Yang Kai left, planning to wait half a month before returning to take over Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Outside the Nine Peaks, Li Rong and Kai Dai were still fighting in the sky. Although it wasn't a battle to the death, the two masters with similar cultivation were still fighting an earth-shattering battle. The shockwaves from the battle had attracted many monster race experts to watch from below. Kuang Shi was even more so, watching with great interest. "Who's stronger?" Yang Kai leaned over and looked up towards the sky. "The woman you brought with you is stronger. She doesn't seem to be using her full strength yet." Kai Dai Master is already being forced into a corner. Kuang Shi excitedly commented, grinning meaningfully, "Beautiful women fighting, it's really interesting. Kai Dai Master's clothes are torn, it's really enjoyable to watch. Be careful, if Kai Dai hears you, she'll pull out your tongue." Yang Kai threatened. "That won't happen, right?" Kuang Shi was startled and hurriedly said, "I spoke very quietly, she can't hear me. The walls have ears." Yang Kai smiled and glanced to the side. Following his gaze, Kuang Shi turned his head and saw Mao Nyang's ears perked up, seemingly eavesdropping on their conversation. After noticing that she had been discovered, Mao Nyang grinned and stretched out her hand to Kuang Shi. "If you don't want me to tell Kai Dai Master, give me all your crystal stones." "Little lady, I only have 10 crystal stones left." Kuang Shi wore a bitter expression and pleaded, "Master, please be magnanimous and pretend you didn't hear me. This Kuang Shi will remember this kindness for the rest of his life." "I don't care, just give me all your crystal stones." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, not paying any attention to them, instead calling out to the sky, "Li Rong, let's go." Hearing Yang Kai's call, Li Rong immediately withdrew, her beautiful eyes glancing over at Kai Dai before flying down to Yang Kai's side and following him. Standing mid-air, Kai Dai gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as her heart filled with lingering fear. She hadn't expected that even though they were both second-order saints, the other party would be so much stronger than her. After fighting for so long, she had been completely suppressed and had never been able to seize the initiative. On the other hand, the other party seemed completely relaxed. "This woman, she's amazing." Kai Dai was filled with both admiration and unwillingness. However, she didn't pursue and simply watched Yang Kai and the woman leave before hesitating for a moment before flying off towards the main hall. Looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that he had reached an agreement with Great Senior. Although Kai Dai was unwilling to give up on Nine Heavens' holy land, she didn't dare disrespect Great Senior. If Great Senior gave the order, she would comply. Chapter 875. Master, have you reached an agreement? On the way back, Li Rong asked softly. Great Senior was quite agreeable and was willing to fulfill the previous agreement. Yang Kai nodded. That's good. Li Rong also breathed a sigh of relief as she followed behind Yang Kai, pursing her red lips as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Perceiving her strangeness, Yang Kai smiled. If you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask, there's no need to be restrained. Since leaving the mysterious small world, Yang Kai had noticed that the attitude of the ancient demon clan towards him had changed, becoming more respectful, obedient than before. Their attitude had imperceptibly raised Yang Kai's status in the ancient demon clan. This made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. I was just wondering if my clan has brought a lot of trouble to Master. Li Rong smiled apologetically. The hatred between the human and demon clans is too deep. If we follow you, we will definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Those human race masters who have followed us all the way here are the best proof of this. If we really fought with them today, regardless of whether we won or lost, Master would definitely be condemned by everyone. This is the price I must pay to control your strength. You don't need to think too much about it. Yang Kai shook his head. Moreover, I don't care what others think of me. Those who are useful to me are my friends, and those who dare to harm me are my enemies. Simple and clear, the hatred between the human and demon clans has nothing to do with me. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed, secretly surprised that Yang Kai's thinking was so open-minded. Even if it was their ancient demon clan, after being sealed in the mysterious small world for thousands of years, they still had a deeply ingrained sense of rejection. Those who were not of their own race were bound to have different hearts, so the way they looked at their own race and foreign races was naturally different. But Yang Kai did not have much of a concept of race. He had accepted the ancient demon clan and even had dealings with the monster race Great Senior, even calling him a brother. It was as if he had no scruples whatsoever, causing Li Rong to be amazed. Master, please rest assured, after everything is settled, I and the other great commanders will restrain our clansmen and not let them have any conflicts with the original residents of Nine Heavens' holy land. We won't do anything to embarrass Master, Li Rong assured him. You don't need to act so deliberately. For me, you are my people, and so are those from Nine Heavens' holy land. I'll handle this bowl of water fairly. Many thanks, Master, Li Rong said gratefully. Yang Kai didn't have any prejudice against them just because they were from the human race, causing Li Rong to secretly feel that the ancient demon clan had chosen a good master. Once again returning to the ancient demon clan's temporary residence, Yang Kai informed the several great commanders that he would only be able to take over Nine Heavens' holy land after half a month, instructing them to arrange for their clansmen to stay here for half a month before preparing to enter the Nine Peaks. The great commanders nodded and went to make arrangements. Living here for half a month was not a problem. The ancient demon clan had just reappeared not long ago, so every place was new and interesting to them. They could also take this opportunity to explore and familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. After all, they may have to live in the Nine Peaks for a long time in the future. The ancient demon race members were sent out in groups of 3 to 5 to explore the surrounding situation. The people who stayed behind began to make simple living quarters and search for ingredients. They were very busy. Everything was flourishing. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from the side. Yang Kai, who was sitting in the shade of a tree, looked towards the source of the sound and saw the wizard, Tribulation, wrapped in a black robe, walking towards him. When he arrived, the wizard Tribulation nodded lightly. Holy Master, Master. Where are your Netherworld sect disciples? Yang Kai asked. He didn't seem to have seen anyone from Netherworld sect just now. I have asked Vice Sect Master to take them back first. And they will send some living supplies over in a while. Many thanks. Holy Master, Master is too polite, the wizard Tribulation smiled. From now on, we will all be neighbors, these trivial matters are not worth mentioning. After a pause, the wizard Tribulation asked again, Holy Master, how does Master plan to deal with shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple? What do you think? Yang Kai asked back. The wizard Tribulation hesitated for a moment before saying seriously, although Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others died in the endless snow mountain range and the saint transcendence of these two forces have suffered heavy losses, they still have a number of disciples. Each of these sects has a large number of disciples, between 3,000 and 4,000. Of these 3,000 to 4,000, there aren't many masters, but they are the foundation of their respective sects. Kill them all. The wizard Tribulation was taken aback, his face going pale. Yang Kai smiled and said, that's not realistic, and driving them away isn't a good idea. It's hard to guarantee they won't wander around here and cause trouble. Holy Master, what Master says is correct. The wizard Tribulation nodded in agreement. Moreover, they definitely don't know that Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others have all died. Once they learn of this, there will definitely be internal turmoil, and when that time comes, it will become a mess that will be impossible to clean up. Tell me what you think, Yang Kai looked at him. What I mean is to absorb them. Two sects, with so many disciples, there are bound to be some with outstanding aptitude who will become masters in the future. If they are properly trained, they can become mainstays of our sects. Absorb them, that's fine. I'll leave it to you to decide, Yang Kai waved his hand. The wizard Tribulation was stunned. Holy Master, Master won't come forward? I'm not interested in those people, and I'm currently leading a group of people from the demon race, so it's not convenient for me to come forward. Yang Kai chuckled and said meaningfully, Sect Master Wizard can take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen Netherworld sect strength. Those who can absorb will be absorbed, those who can't, just drive them away. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple are both good forces, so they should have a lot of reserves. The wizard Tribulation's expression changed, but after thinking about it, he excitedly cupped his fists. Many thanks, Holy Master, Master. The three forces near Nine Heavens Holy Land had always been dependent on Nine Heavens Holy Land for survival. Among them, Shattering Mystical Palace was the strongest, with Zhang Ao being a second-order saint, followed by War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld sect was the weakest. Now that the wizard had obtained such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could he not be excited? There was no master in these two sects who could compete with him. As the sect master, if he couldn't even handle this matter, then his cultivation of the saint realm would have been in vain. The wizard Tribulation seemed to be able to see the scene of his Netherworld sect absorbing the nutrients of the other two forces and growing stronger. While excited, he also felt a little emotional. If it weren't for Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, how could he, the wizard Tribulation, succeed? He secretly felt that following Yang Kai really gave him a bright future. It hadn't been that long, and he hadn't done much, yet such a great opportunity had already appeared in front of him. Excited, the wizard Tribulation immediately said that he would return to the sect immediately to deal with this matter, and also invited Yang Kai to accompany him to the Netherworld sect for a few days. In any case, he would have to wait here for half a month, so he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai politely declined his invitation. Your Netherworld sect is only a few hundred kilometers away from here. Let's talk about it when I want to go there, but for now, forget it. Yang Kai looked around at the busy people of the ancient demon race and felt that leaving them now was not a good choice. The wizard Tribulation didn't insist, simply excusing himself and leaving. A day later, the disciples of the Netherworld sect returned with a large number of living materials, enough for thousands of people to live here for half a month. Li Rong and the others were very satisfied with the goodwill shown by the wizard Tribulation. Tents were set up in the forest, and the people of the ancient demon race lived in groups of 3 to 5, full of curiosity, busy every day. In the largest tent, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a thick velvet blanket, his mind immersed in his knowledge sea, and began to purposefully refine the mass of spiritual energy that belonged to Zhang Ao. 2 months ago, after Zhang Ao's death, the demon eye of annihilation had drawn out his spiritual energy, and Yang Kai had arranged it in a special corner. Yang Kai mainly wanted to pry into his memories and see what he said about the secrets of the star field before his death. Not using the demon eye of annihilation to purify this mass of spiritual energy, Yang Kai just carefully guided it with his mind, examining it little by little. After a person died, the spiritual energy left behind contained the person's life experience, as well as all their emotions. If left alone, it would not take long for it to dissipate from this world. Of course, there were also masters whose souls were strong enough to persist for a long time, and when they found a suitable body, they would be able to seize it. This kind of spiritual energy was complex and dangerous. Even masters who specialized in spiritual energy did not dare to easily pry into the thoughts of others, because the slightest carelessness would affect their own nature and memories, and even their own thoughts would become chaotic. Yang Kai only dared to do this because he possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. He had to be careful, and while prying, he did not let Zhang Ao's memories and thoughts affect him. Once he discovered such a sign, he would immediately kill it. Scenes flashed in front of Yang Kai's eyes, all of which were Zhang Ao's experiences during his lifetime. These scenes were intermittent and very incoherent, so Yang Kai simply looked at them and ignored them. His spiritual energy was being consumed very quickly, and almost every 2 hours, Yang Kai needed to rest for a while. Once he fully recovered, he continued to investigate. It was not until 5 days later that Yang Kai finally caught a glimpse of the secrets of the star field from Zhang Ao's scattered and useless memories. Vaguely, Yang Kai could see a rugged stone forest with stone pillars standing on the grassy ground. It was here that Zhang Ao had picked up a lot of strange stones. He had also found the blood essence stone in this place. In his field of vision, Zhang Ao seemed to have done something, and the entrance to a void corridor suddenly opened. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Ao dove in. The next moment, Yang Kai found himself in the vast starry sky, surrounded by countless stars, and a terrifying void force enveloped his body, giving Yang Kai a profound feeling. When he wanted to take a closer look, this scene was inexplicably interrupted. His consciousness returning, Yang Kai sighed. Although he could not see where this stone forest was, it should be inside Shattering Mystical Palace, so as long as he inquired about it, he would be able to figure it out. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai opened his demon eye of annihilation and a golden light shot out, completely purifying Zhang Ao's soul. Chapter 876. After discovering Zhang Ao's memories about the secrets of the star field, Yang Kai directly refined his spiritual energy. Yang Kai obtained his own insights and understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Yang Kai's own mental fortitude also improved slightly, but not significantly. As Yang Kai's strength improved, the benefits of refining a person's spiritual energy became less and less. However, with this method, Yang Kai would never have to worry about encountering bottlenecks in his cultivation. As long as he killed some high-level cultivator at the right time and absorbed their insights, Yang Kai would be able to cultivate smoothly, provided that his physical strength could keep up. With Yang Kai's current mental fortitude, there would be no hindrance before he reached the third-order saint realm. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai slowly got up and was about to go out to take a look when suddenly Han Fei's voice called out, "Who goes there?" In the next moment, a cold chill filled the air and the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. It seemed that Han Fei had chased after someone. Yang Kai frowned and walked out of his tent, only to see a large group of people from the ancient demon race gathered together, all of them pointing in a certain direction. "Master!" Li Rong hurried over. In order to ensure Yang Kai's safety, her tent was right next to Yang Kai's, no more than 5 meters away. What happened? Yang Kai asked, at the same time releasing his divine sense to investigate the situation. It seems that someone has been spying on us these past few days, but we haven't been able to find out who it is. Commander Han Fei should have noticed something and chased after them. Even you didn't notice? Yang Kai was surprised. That person's ability to conceal their aura is quite amazing. It seems they can completely conceal themselves, as if they don't exist. Li Rong's brow furrowed deeply. That's interesting, Yang Kai grinned. Although Li Rong was only a second-order saint, in a real battle, she was not inferior to the demon general. If even she couldn't detect this enemy, just who was it? The only one nearby who could do this was a monster race great senior. However, Yang Kai had already reached an agreement with him, so it was impossible for the great senior to go back on his word, let alone spy on the situation here. After waiting in place for a while, Han Fei flew back with a cold expression on her face. Did you catch that person? Li Rong asked. Han Fei shook her head. Speed was too fast, I couldn't catch up to them. Did you see what kind of people they were? Yang Kai asked. A woman, Han Fei frowned. Chi, right, I didn't feel any vitality from her body, right, I didn't feel any vitality. Chi. Death Chi? Li Rong was surprised. It was death Chi, the aura of a dead person. Han Fei nodded. Yang Kai's expression changed as his figure flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages in his wake. After pausing for a moment, he asked, was her movement skill like this? Han Fei nodded repeatedly, yes, it was. Her movement skill was very strange. Then I know who she is. Yang Kai stared off into the distance and sighed. The several ancient demon race commanders glanced at each other, none of them understanding why Yang Kai showed such a sad look. Master, is that woman an old acquaintance of yours? Li Rong asked carefully. Yang Kai shook his head, I don't know her, but she is somewhat related to me. She was the previous generation saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land. Immediately explaining the matter of Saintess Nan, the ancient demon clan members were all amazed. Not killing a single person while alive, but slaughtering 1,000,000 corpses after death. Li Rong mused, it's somewhat similar to Coffin Slave Senior, but also the complete opposite. Coffin Slave Senior and Saintess Nan were both living corpses. However, one was a living corpse while the other had never killed a single person. Both of them had obsessions in their hearts, so even after death, their bodies continued to act according to their will. Because they were living corpses, they didn't leak any aura, so Li Rong and the others were unable to detect them. If one wanted to deal with such a person, they had to either directly destroy them or shatter their will. Once their will was shattered, their dead body would naturally cease to function. It's time to deal with her, Yang Kai said leisurely. Saintess Nan was still a member of the Holy Land. If he left her alone, it would only lead to trouble like the one he had faced a few years ago. On top of that, it would also be detrimental to the stability of Nine Heavens Holy Land. This time, she had appeared here in order to keep an eye on him, so as long as he acted as bait, Saintess Nan would definitely appear again. After explaining his thoughts to the several great commanders, Li Rong and the others didn't refute. For safety's sake, Yang Kai took Li Rong and Han Fei with him and set off into the depths of the jungle. Saintess Nan was a second-order saint, after all, so she couldn't be underestimated. After traveling 100 kilometers, Yang Kai came to a stop in a mountain valley, looked around for a while, and nodded lightly. Li Rong and Han Fei immediately concealed themselves, restraining their auras as they made arrangements. Yang Kai walked around the mountain valley, looking for precious treasures along the way to see if he could find anything, but unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he only found a few heaven-grade and mysterious great herbs, not even a single spirit-grade herb. It wasn't until he had walked around the entire mountain valley that Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. Somewhere, he felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Turning his head and looking in that direction, Yang Kai saw Saintess Nan wearing a white robe, her hair disheveled, looking like an evil ghost, staring at him faintly, motionless. Her white robes had been greatly damaged due to the many battles she had fought and hadn't been washed, making her look even more gloomy and terrifying. Yang Kai didn't know when she had appeared, let alone how long she had been staring at him. All he knew was that when her eyes landed on the Holy Master Spirit ring on his hand, there was a trace of tenderness and nostalgia in them. The Holy Master Spirit ring was the symbol of the identity of every Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. The old Holy Master also wore it when he was alive. Saintess Nan was the old Holy Master's woman, so when she saw this ring, it was natural for her to show an unusual look. But soon, the tenderness and nostalgia in her eyes were replaced by a ferocious look as she silently approached Yang Kai like a ghost. Before she even arrived, a huge pressure had already descended. Midair, a long sword suddenly appeared and slashed down towards Yang Kai. The profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes but didn't show any intention of dodging. World of ice and snow. A tender voice suddenly called out from the side. The temperature of the entire mountain valley plummeted in an instant. Accompanied by a crackling sound, a thin layer of ice covered the lush vegetation and a faint blue barrier appeared above the mountain valley. The dramatic change in climate even caused some snowflakes to fall from the sky. Each of these snowflakes contained a terrifying amount of power, and as they slowly fell, they released a burst of light that transformed into hundreds of millions of tiny and sharp attacks that shot toward Saintess Nan. The profound heavenly sword shattered. Saintess Nan, who was rushing towards Yang Kai, instinctively stopped and summoned her grand heavenly shield to protect her body. At the same time, a dazzling spear suddenly appeared in her hand and she threw it towards the place where Han Fei was hiding. Xiao, the heaven-punishing spear seemed to break through space and arrived in front of Han Fei in the blink of an eye, magnifying in her eyes. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart and Han Fei's pretty face immediately covered in demon crests. Stretching out her jade-white hand, she accurately grasped the tip of the spear. Drops of red blood dripped from her fingertips. At the same time, Li Rong quietly arrived behind Saintess Nan, a red light blossoming as a huge flower suddenly appeared at her feet. This flower bloomed beautifully, rotating like a lotus throne, sending out a strange wave of energy that seemed to have an infinite suction force that pulled Saintess Nan's body towards it. The surrounding petals gradually closed towards the center, trying to wrap around Saintess Nan. A hoarse roar rang out from Saintess Nan's mouth, leaving behind an afterimage as she reappeared a short distance away. A pair of turbid eyes gloomily stared towards Li Rong and Han Fei, like a trapped beast. Li Rong and Han Fei both gathered together, staring towards Saintess Nan with a mix of pity and dread, both of them realizing just how difficult this opponent was to deal with. Don't hold back, bind her as much as possible, if you can't, just kill her. Yang Kai ordered faintly. Yes. Li Rong and Han Fei responded at the same time, once again using their earth-shattering means. Chi chi chi, ice shards shot out. Xio, red petals fluttered in the air. The two great commanders of the ancient demon race teaming up to fight a mere second-order Saintess Nan was naturally easy. The mountain valley was surrounded by Han Fei's barrier, so Saintess Nan couldn't escape even if she wanted to. If it weren't for the fact that she was also a member of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, Li Rong and Han Fei would have already crushed her to pieces. Half an hour later, Saintess Nan was finally forced into a dead end and was wrapped up in one of Li Rong's flower petals. The red light was dazzling, and after the light faded, the flower petals seemed to have been imprinted on Saintess Nan's body, leaving behind a small flower mark on her face. The yuan qi in her body had been sealed, and so had her movements, making it impossible for Saintess Nan to move. Stepping forward, Yang Kai stared at this Saintess Nan who had been pestering him for several years, his mood somewhat complex. The person in front of him was definitely a beautiful woman when she was young. Even at the time of her death, her face hadn't aged at all. But at this moment, she was neither human nor ghost. If the old holy master was still alive, seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't know what he would think. In all fairness, if either Su Yan or Xia Ning Chang were to end up like this, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to die in peace. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to directly destroy her, but now that things had come to this, he couldn't bring himself to do it, so after hesitating for a while, he ordered, "Take her back and watch over her." He decided to hand Saintess Nan over to Su Hui and the others. Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and nodded gently, the former carrying Saintess Nan and following behind Yang Kai. Chapter 877. Time flew by and half a month later, the date agreed upon with the monster race Great Senior arrived. The ancient demon clan was ready to set out, all they needed to do was wait for Yang Kai's order to enter the Nine Peaks. Because of their relationship with Yang Kai, the ancient demon race had long regarded the Nine Peaks as their new home, so at this moment, they were naturally filled with anticipation, fantasizing about what kind of paradise it would be. Groups of people gathered together, pointing towards the Nine Peaks as they whispered amongst themselves. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to investigate the situation on the Nine Peaks. Since last night, many of the monster beast and monster race masters had left the Nine Peaks one after another. Now, there weren't many signs of life left. Those who remained were the alchemists and artifact refiners who originally belonged to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. A few years ago, when Yang Kai made an agreement with the Great Senior, he had left behind these alchemists and artifact refiners to assist him in alchemy and artifact refining. Today, when the monster race left, the Great Senior kept his promise and didn't take these people away. Yang Kai nodded secretly, thinking that the Great Senior was a good man. A seven-colored light suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes as Kai Dai flapped her wings and floated mid-air, her beautiful eyes sweeping around before finally settling on Yang Kai and coldly saying, "My clan has been evacuated, you can go back now. Great Senior asked me to pass on a message to you, thanking you for helping my clan develop well these past few years. In addition, he welcomes you to visit the Beast Sea Jungle as a guest at any time. Sister Kai Dai has worked hard, please send my regards to Great Senior, when I have time, I will definitely visit." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I've passed on the message, goodbye." Kai Dai snorted, turned around, and flew off. "This little girl, her temper is quite bad," Enya muttered to himself, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "She's very strong, a minor realm higher than you and me, and she's also very beautiful." Xueji grinned wickedly as he stared in the direction Kai Dai left. "You two don't speak nonsense, remember that sometimes trouble comes from careless talk." Li Rong scolded, "My clan has just reappeared, try not to provoke trouble." Enya and Xueji nodded quickly, indicating they understood. "Let's go." Yang Kai waved his hand and led the way. Between the Nine Peaks, it was lush and verdant, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. The array formation of the Nine Peaks was still operating, making the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here extremely dense. After the ancient demon clan entered this place, they immediately took a liking to it, many of the demon race looking around excitedly. The conditions and environment here were many times better than those in the demon god castle. Living here, even the body and mind were very comfortable. Many of the clansmen couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. Even though it had been 2 or 3 months since they left that mysterious small world, sometimes they still thought they were still living in a world without a sun, moon, or stars. Only when he saw the splendid spectacle outside did he suddenly wake up with a start. On the central mountain peak, there were about 100 people waiting in front of the grand hall where the Great Senior had been. These 100 or so people were all alchemists and artifact refiners of various ages, both men and women, but their cultivations weren't very high, the most powerful among them only being a second-order transcendent. When Yang Kai led the thousands of ancient demon race members to this place, these 100 or so people quickly bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Holy Master." Holy Master has finally returned. You've all worked hard. Yang Kai gently nodded. Forcing you to serve the monster race for nearly 3 years was a last resort. I hope you can forgive me. Not at all. The leader of this group, an old man with the strongest strength, stepped forward. The monster race didn't treat us harshly, on the contrary, they were quite polite. We've troubled Holy Master. Yang Kai gently nodded and declared, since I have returned today, the Holy Land will return to how it was before, and in the future, no one will dare to trample on the dignity of my Holy Land at will. Those who dare do so will be punished. The group of alchemists and artifact refiners were quite excited and began shouting vigorously. The old man glanced over at the people from the ancient demon race and frowned slightly. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai had brought a group of demon race members with him, he didn't ask any questions and instead asked suspiciously, where are Great Elder Su Hui and the others? Why haven't they returned? They were originally inside the Holy Land. Yang Kai chuckled, you wait here first, I'll go release Great Elder and the others. Turning back, Yang Kai said to Li Rong, you also wait here. Li Rong and the others nodded gently. Yang Kai's figure flickered and after a few flashes, arrived in front of the Holy Tomb. He pressed the Holy Lord's spirit ring on his finger into a certain spot on the green rock and poured his quintessential essence into it. Immediately, the entrance to a void tunnel appeared on the green rock. Inside the Holy Tomb, the thousands of disciples of 9 Heavens' Holy Land waited silently. In this dark space, after years of waiting, everyone had gradually become accustomed to it. Although there were occasional moments when they became impatient, they were all comforted by the several elders and saintess. The several elders and saintess told them that one day, the Holy Master would return here and take them out again. For that time, everyone had to improve their strength as much as possible to avoid abandoning the Holy Land's foundation and dragging out an ignoble existence. Su Hui and the others regarded the evacuation a few years ago as the biggest stain on their lives. Over the past few years, they had spared no effort in their cultivation. The Holy Tomb was the place where each generation's Holy Master and Saintess entered retreat to cultivate. Although the environment here was terrible, the world energy here was quite rich. It was inexhaustible and inexhaustible. With such a great opportunity, any cultivator who wanted to improve their strength was not willing to miss it. Over the past 3 years, almost everyone had made great progress. With the exception of not being able to leave, everything was developing in a good direction. The thousands of people silently meditated as the world energy continuously flowed into the bodies of the Holy Land's disciples, creating a spectacular scene. Although there were many people present, they were all silent. Even if someone stood up and moved, they would do so quietly, lest they disturb others. In a corner, Ling, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly sensed an unusual aura appear in the Holy Tomb and frowned suspiciously. In the next moment, she opened her eyes in pleasant surprise and shot to her feet, turning her head to look around. Because she had once instilled the 9 Heavens' divine skills into Yang Kai, Ling, was more familiar with his aura than anyone else. Just now, she clearly noticed that Yang Kai had appeared nearby. Ling, what's wrong? Yuing also opened her eyes and asked softly. He came in. Ling, glanced around and replied in a trembling voice. Who? Yuing asked, suddenly realizing something and covering her mouth, exclaiming, you mean? Ling nodded firmly. The conversation between the two alarmed the other elders. Su Hui and the others also hurriedly opened their eyes and looked around. A moment later, everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain direction. In that direction, a figure was approaching them. The light was dim, and although they couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, every elder could feel traces of life from him that made them look forward to and excited. Holy Master? Su Hui trembled as he got up and called out. Is the Holy Master really here? Cheng Yutong blinked her beautiful eyes as she stared towards the figure. A moment later, the figure arrived in front of everyone and smiled at them, the face they had been longing to see for several years. It really is the Holy Master. Su Hui shouted excitedly, quickly saluting along with the other elders. Subordinate greets Holy Master. No need to be so polite, Yang Kai chuckled. You've finally come. And Ling looked at Yang Kai faintly. We've been waiting here for several years. As she spoke, her eyes also became red. While waiting, many people inevitably thought they would be locked up here for the rest of their lives. If it weren't for Su Hui and the other elders comforting them in time, it was likely they would have been thrown into chaos. I've come late and made everyone wait, I apologize. Yang Kai wore a serious expression as he sincerely apologized. Holy Master is too serious. Su Hui wept, not knowing what else to say. The disciples who had been meditating were also awakened by the movement here, and after realizing that it was Yang Kai who had arrived, they burst into cheers, each wave louder than the last, causing the entire holy tomb to become somewhat turbulent. Su Hui quickly silenced them. However, everyone still looked over, wondering if Yang Kai would take them out this time. The several elders were also looking forward to it. Yuing asked, Holy Master, since you've come in, does that mean everything outside has been dealt with? Everything has been taken care of. The monster race has also been evacuated. It's time for all of you to return home. Hearing him say this, everyone suddenly became excited and couldn't wait to leave this place and return to the 9 Peaks. I'll open the exit, several elders can arrange it, Yang Kai said with a smile. Good, Su Hui nodded quickly and went to arrange things with the others. While they were arranging things, Yang Kai opened the exit and left with An Ling. Outside the holy tomb, one disciple after another walked out in an orderly manner, seeing the light of day again, many of them roaring to the heavens to vent their joy. Outside the holy tomb, Yang Kai watched these disciples emerge while thinking about how to explain the ancient demon clan to Su Hui and the others. Although he was now in charge of 9 Heavens Holy Land, if he arranged for a group of people from the demon race here, he didn't know if Su Hui and the others would object. If they did, how should he deal with it? Your strength seems to have increased again, An Ling suddenly said, what's your current cultivation? Third Order Transcendent Realm, Yang Kai replied casually. An Ling couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared at him. She still remembered that when she first met Yang Kai, he was only a First Order Transcendent, drifting across the sea. Now, in just 4 or 5 years, he had broken through to the Third Order Transcendent Realm, crossing 2 minor realms, and was on his way to the Saint Realm. For a moment, An Ling suddenly believed Yang Kai's wild words. He had said a long time ago that even if he didn't enter 9 Heavens Holy Land, within 30 years, he would definitely be able to stand on equal footing with the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. At that time, An Ling didn't believe him, thinking his words were simply too arrogant, but now, An Ling had no choice but to believe him. If he continued to develop like this, he really could do it. Perhaps, it wouldn't even take 30 years. Chapter 878. After half a day's work, the disciples inside the holy tomb all came out. Yang Kai once again closed the holy tomb and gathered the elders and An Ling together. Seemingly aware that he had something to say, everyone stared at him silently, not saying a word. There's something I need to tell you, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he sorted out his words. If Holy Master has something to say, feel free to say it, subordinates are all ears. Su Hui chuckled, not understanding why Yang Kai seemed so embarrassed. As long as you don't ask us to leave the Holy Land and give up the position of Holy Master, we'll agree to anything you say, Yuing interjected with a smile. All the elders nodded, fearing that Yang Kai would throw away his responsibilities at any moment like he did a few years ago. At that time, Yang Kai had been far too irresponsible, not at all behaving like a proper Holy Master. That won't be the case. Yang Kai laughed and pondered for a moment before quickly saying, let me put it this way, before I met you, I met a group of people. That was when I was still very weak, and because of some special reasons, that group of people had been sealed in a mysterious small world. They begged me to find a way to rescue them and promised to serve me for the rest of their lives. Oh. Su Hui raised his brow. If they made such a promise when Holy Master was still very weak, then they must have seen through Holy Master's potential. Which one do they belong to? Su Hui seemed a little uneasy about what Yang Kai had just said about this group of people and couldn't help inquiring. They weren't speaking casually. While you were hiding in the holy tomb for several years, I rescued them a few months ago. They kept their promise and followed by my side, obeying my every word. That group of people is quite good. Cheng Yutong pursed her lips and smiled. They keep their word and are trustworthy. Does Holy Master want to absorb them into the Holy Land? When Cheng Yutong said this, the other elders also thought of this possibility and looked at Yang Kai curiously. They can't be absorbed into the Holy Land. I just want to find one of the 9 peaks for them to live in. What do you think, elders? Unable to absorb? Su Hui frowned, but soon relaxed. It doesn't matter if they can't absorb it. Since they belong to the Holy Master, it's only natural for them to live in the Holy Land. The Holy Land is so big, there's no need to worry about accommodating that group of people. N. Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei also nodded, agreeing with Su Hui. Don't rush to agree. I haven't finished yet. You can decide after you hear me out. Yang Kai smiled and continued, there are about 1,000 people in this group. There are quite a few of them, but the Holy Land should be able to accommodate them. Su Hui nodded lightly before asking, what about their strength? What is the strength of their most powerful expert? 5 saints. What? All the elders' eyes bulged in an instant, and even Enling couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. When Yang Kai was still weak, this group of people had already promised to serve him. Su Hui and the other elders had mistakenly thought that this group of people's strength wasn't anything special, otherwise, how could they have made such a promise so easily? Everyone had speculated that this group of people was probably a declining sect or small family and that having a few transcendent realm cultivators among them would already be quite good. However, Yang Kai actually told them that there were 5 saints in this group. This number was only slightly lower than 9 heavens' holy lands. Holy Master, you're not joking, right? Su Hui couldn't believe it. Do I look like I'm joking? Yang Kai said solemnly, of the other 5 saints, 3 are second order and 2 are first order. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. 3 second order and 2 first order masters, although this group had 1 less saint realm master than 9 heavens holy land. If a conflict really broke out, with their combat power, they could easily kill the masters from 9 heavens holy land. Su Hui and the other elders suddenly understood why Yang Kai had come here to ask for their opinion. They couldn't determine what kind of mentality this group of people had, so if they really had a conflict with the Holy Land in the future, Su Hui and the other elders wouldn't be able to resist. The joy of leaving the Holy Tomb was suddenly replaced by a deep sense of worry. Moreover, they aren't ordinary people. As if thinking the elders hadn't been shocked enough, Yang Kai quickly added, they are demons. Demons? Yuying couldn't help screaming. Cheng Yutong's pretty face also went pale. Su Hui remained indifferent, but anyone could see the shock and hesitation in his heart. With Yang Kai saying so much, he didn't know how to respond. Discuss it carefully. If you really can't accept them staying in 9 heavens holy land, just tell me and I'll find another place to settle them. Yang Kai said faintly, not showing any intention of forcing them, simply waving his hand and saying, now you should first arrange the affairs of your disciples. I'm telling you this so you can mentally prepare yourselves. Everyone stared straight at Yang Kai, none of them moving. There's no need to be so conflicted, even if they don't stay in 9 heavens holy land. I still have a place to settle them, Yang Kai grinned, seeing the embarrassment on everyone's faces. This was also within his expectations. Su Hui seemed to suddenly sober up, his expression dignified as he said, "Holy Master, I only want to ask one thing, do those demons really obey your orders completely, or are they simply unruly, temporarily deceiving you in order to leave that mysterious small world so they can find a suitable opportunity in the future to break free from your control?" "You don't need to worry about that," Yang Kai smiled proudly, "my orders, they won't dare disobey." All the elders present wore shocked looks upon hearing this. Su Hui let out a long breath and nodded, "Then there's no problem. You are the holy master of the Holy Land, whoever you want to settle here is up to you to decide. We elders are only here to assist you, we can only make suggestions, we have no decision-making power. The fact that the Holy Master consulted us is already giving us a lot of face." Yang Kai grinned as he swept his eyes over the others. Luo Sheng, Shi Kun, Meng Tianfei, Yu Ying, and Cheng Yutong all had no objections. Although they were somewhat worried, all of them stared at Yang Kai with a look of trust. "Then I'll thank you on behalf of those demons." Yang Kai nodded, "Good, the Holy Land has 9 peaks, they only need 1. They will prepare their own living materials, there's no need for the Holy Land to worry about them. I will also make sure they restrain themselves and don't come into conflict with the Holy Land's disciples." "Has Holy Master chosen a peak yet?" Su Hui asked. "The peak where the reflecting moon pond is located. Due to the existence of the moon reflection lake, that mountain peak would be extremely cold every night. The people who originally lived on and below the mountain peak would all move away. It could be said that among the 9 peaks, it was the only mountain peak that no one cared about. However, the ancient demon clan was born with strong physiques, so living there shouldn't be a problem as long as it wasn't too close to the reflecting moon pond. On top of that, there were many ready-made houses there, saving them the trouble of building one. Won't they have any complaints? Should we choose a different peak?" Su Hui couldn't help feeling a little worried. "It's fine, the environment in that mysterious small world is far worse than here, they'll be satisfied to be able to live there," Yang Kai chuckled. "Is that so?" Su Hui didn't say anything more. After learning that the group of demons had arrived in the Holy Land, Su Hui immediately expressed his desire to meet them. After all, everyone would be living on the 9 peaks in the future, and although they didn't belong to the same force, they would at least be able to get acquainted with one another. If any problems arose, it would be easier to discuss. In particular, whether it was 9 Heavens Holy Land or the group of demons, both of them belonged to Yang Kai. With such a commonality, Su Hui felt that as long as no major problems occurred, everything could be turned into small ones and small ones into nothing. Leaving behind Meng Tianfei and Shi Kun to arrange the affairs of the disciples, Su Hui and the others followed Yang Kai to the main hall again. The hundreds of alchemists and artifact refiners were still waiting quietly with the ancient demon clan. Although Yang Kai had been gone for half a day, the ancient demon race's members had remained well-behaved, only glancing around and not causing any trouble. As the host, Su Hui immediately expressed his welcome to the arrival of Li Rong and the others. Li Rong and the others also smiled and returned the courtesy. After exchanging some pleasantries, each of them found that the other party wasn't as difficult to talk to as they had imagined. In particular, Su Hui felt that Li Rong was very considerate and didn't look at all like a demon, instead more like a young lady raised by a great family or sect. Seeing this, Su Hui's eyes couldn't help lighting up. Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong also showed a strong interest in Han Fei. Although they were both beautiful women, Han Fei's cultivation was a minor realm higher than theirs and her temperament was cold, making them feel that there was a lot they could learn from her. Having found a common topic, the two sides began discussing happily. Yang Kai was pushed aside and seemed to have nothing to do. After talking for a while, Li Rong suddenly said, "Right, a few days ago, Master and I captured a person, it seems to be your 9 Heavens Holy Land's previous generation Saintess. Master calls her Saintess Nan." "Saintess Nan?" Su Hui exclaimed, hurriedly looking around, "Where is she?" Li Rong clapped her hands and immediately the ancient demon race's members brought the bound Saintess Nan over. Seeing the miserable appearance of the previous generation Saintess, Su Hui and the others couldn't help their eyes from becoming red as they felt sad. And Ling burst into tears in an instant. She staggered over and leaned on Saintess Nan's body, crying bitterly. The previous generation Saintess and the current generation Saintess had a very close relationship. Saintess Nan had always treated Ling as her own daughter, but unfortunately, after her death, she had personally killed the other 3 Saintesses. Even Ling had not been able to escape this fate. Seeing her again at this moment, how could Ling suppress the grief in her heart? Su Hui quietly wiped the corners of his eyes and turned his head away. Li Rong and the others also seemed to be affected and sighed slightly. After a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and patted Ling on the shoulder. Saintess Nan, how you want to deal with her is up to you. Ling nodded repeatedly as she choked with sobs. She pulled the zombie-like Saintess Nan and slowly walked away. Chapter 879. Being bound by a master like Li Rong, even if Saintess Nan's strength reached the heavens, she wouldn't be able to display her full potential, so there was no need to worry about her harming Ling. As the sky gradually darkened, the entire 9 heavens Holy Land was in full swing. The several thousand disciples of the Holy Land had just returned from the Holy Tomb, so there were many things to do. The ancient demon clan followed Yang Kai and Su Hui to the mountain peak and began to prepare for their future residence. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After an entire month, the bustling Holy Land gradually calmed down. The mess left behind by the monster race's evacuation had been cleaned up, and 9 heavens Holy Land once again entered a stable development trajectory. On the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan resided, houses of various sizes had been built everywhere, creating a picturesque scene. When the ancient demon clan was building their new home, Su Hui and the other elders provided them with a lot of help, causing Li Rong and the others to feel very grateful. After more than a month of getting along, Su Hui and the other elders couldn't help changing their views and instinctive aversion towards the demons. They found that this group of demons who followed Yang Kai were basically the same, except for their different races and the nature of the energy in their bodies. They also didn't run around randomly or cause any trouble, each demon acting in accordance with their role. Gradually, the Holy Land's disciples and demons began to peacefully coexist. Yang Kai was very satisfied with the current situation. This past month, he hadn't had a single moment of leisure, constantly dealing with 9 heavens Holy Land's affairs and the ancient demon clan's affairs. After dealing with all these matters, he was so tired that he didn't even have time to communicate with the divine tree. Now that he finally had a stable foothold, Yang Kai wanted to take the divine tree out of the black book space. However, considering the difficulty of doing so and the ancient demon clan's physique, Yang Kai decided against it. The young attribute energy released by the divine tree was too rich, even for the ancient demon clan. On top of that, with Yang Kai's current strength, if he wanted to take the divine tree out of the black book space, he would likely exhaust himself. Occasionally, when he had some free time, he would enter the black book space with his divine sense and talk to the divine tree to soothe its lonely mood. Yang Kai also learned from the divine tree that the 2 strange pitch-black round stones were still constantly absorbing the essence of the rare ores. The rare ores Yang Kai had placed in the black book space had basically all been consumed, all of them reduced to dust, their essence completely gone. After such a long time, the traces that resembled human meridians within the 2 pitch-black round stones became more and more obvious and connected. Yang Kai faintly felt that they were somewhat unusual, but he didn't know what the use of these 2 pitch-black round stones that could absorb the essence of ores was. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing some matters with Li Rong and Su Hui when suddenly a Holy Land disciple came to report, "Holy Master, someone outside the peak is requesting an audience." "Who?" Yang Kai frowned. "The leader of the Netherworld sect, Wizard Jie." The disciple reported. Wizard Jie. Su Hui slapped the table and shouted, "How bold! This old master hasn't even settled accounts with him yet. Today he dares to come to my holy land's 9 peaks. There is a path to heaven but he refuses to take it, there is no gate to hell. How many people did he bring with him?" That disciple hurriedly said, "Only one person, but it seems that he also caught 2 guys of unknown origin, knocked them out and carried them in his hands." Deep down, Su Hui was ashamed to be associated with such a person. Wizard Jie didn't mind either. "Sit down." Yang Kai motioned. Wizard Jie gently nodded and sat to the side. A pretty female disciple immediately served him tea. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, "Sect Master Wizard, did you come here this time to deal with the affairs of those 2 sects?" Hearing this, Wu Jie's face lit up and he quickly nodded, "This is all thanks to Sir Holy Master. Over the past month or so, this Wu has been busy taking in 2,000 new disciples. As for the rest of the disciples with mediocre aptitude, after giving them some cultivation resources, they have all been dismissed. Now, within a 1,000-kilometer radius, besides 9 heavens holy land, only my netherworld sect remains. Did you spend a lot of effort?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It wasn't much of a hassle, after killing a few stubborn leaders, everything became much easier," Wu Jie said casually. "Good, congratulations, your noble sect strength has increased greatly now. It all depends on when Sect Master Wizard breaks through to the second-order Saint Realm." Hearing this, Wizard Jie's expression became gloomy as he smiled bitterly, "Holy Master, please don't make fun of this wizard wizard's aptitude is something I am well aware of. If not for a great opportunity, I fear I would never have reached the second-order Saint Realm. My current cultivation is my limit. At least you have some self-awareness." Su Hui coldly snorted, his eyes full of contempt. Wizard Jie laughed dryly, knowing that Su Hui had a lot of complaints about him, but he didn't dare say anything, simply saying, "So, this hope will be pinned on the disciples below. In the future, Netherworld sect will only follow 9 heavens holy lands lead. I hope Holy Master and Great Elder will take good care of Netherworld sect. We're all family, there's no need to be so polite." Yang Kai nodded gently. Su Hui's expression softened slightly. For Wizard Jie, as the sect master of a holy land, to say such words, his resentment dissipated greatly. "Right, these are all the cultivation materials collected from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple. Wizard took the liberty of leaving behind 30%, the remaining 70% are all here, I hope Holy Master can count them all." Wizard Jie said as he took out a number of universe bags and handed them over respectfully. Su Hui glanced over at Yang Kai inquiringly, Yang Kai nodded calmly. Yang Kai stood up and accepted the universe bags handed over by Wizard Jie, sweeping them with his divine sense, and couldn't help feeling overjoyed. The universe bags that Wu Jie had sent over were filled to the brim with excellent cultivation materials, and judging from the number of these universe bags, Wu Jie had only kept less than 30% of what he had. The Holy Land's warehouse was now empty and was in need of cultivation materials, so for Wizard Jie to deliver so many things at this time was undoubtedly like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Su Hui was very satisfied, his old face finally blooming with a smile. "Sect Master Wizard is too polite, I hope our 2 sects can still maintain good relations in the future and don't let the same thing happen again." "I won't. Please rest assured, Great Elder. I won't be as heartless as Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. That would be for the best." Su Hui nodded with satisfaction, his attitude finally easing. "Good, there is one more thing I need to report to Holy Master. Wizard Jie said seriously. "Is it about these 2 people?" Yang Kai asked. Wizard Jie nodded. When this wizard came to the Holy Land today, he inadvertently found these 2 wandering around the outskirts of the Holy Land, and in addition to them, there seemed to be many others. They seemed to be looking for something, so this wizard grabbed 2 of them and brought them here to ask them about the situation. Aren't they disciples of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple who were dismissed? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. No. Wizard Jia shook his head affirmatively. These two are both first-order transcendents. If they were from Shattering Mystical Palace or War Spirit Temple, I would definitely have an impression of them, but I've never seen them before. Wake them up and ask them what they came here for. Yang Kai said with some displeasure. Today was an eventful time, and there were so many foreign cultivators wandering around the 9 peaks, how could he not investigate? Yang Kai vaguely smelled the scent of a conspiracy, which made him very uncomfortable. Wizard Jia squatted down and gently snapped his fingers in the ears of the 2 men. In the next moment, the 2 who seemed to be sleeping suddenly woke up and immediately jumped up, their yuan qi surging as they stared vigilantly at Wizard Jia, Yang Kai, and the others. Chapter 880. The Wizard Tribulation grinned. He didn't move, but a huge pressure fell on the 2 people, making them pale in an instant. Realizing the gap in strength between them and the Wizard Tribulation, they didn't even have the intention to resist. Fear filled their eyes. One of them asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why are you capturing us?" The Wizard Tribulation didn't answer. His pair of ghostly eyes looked at them with uncertainty, making the 2 people feel more and more uneasy. After a while, the Wizard Tribulation said coldly, "I have something to ask you. You can choose to answer or not, but if you can't satisfy me, I will strip your souls and search your memories. If you don't want to suffer the pain of having your soul devoured, you'd better cooperate." The pain of having one's soul devoured. The 2 transcendent cultivators trembled, and their faces turned pale with fear. Their strength wasn't low, so they naturally knew what kind of torture the soul devoured was. It was a pain that the soul couldn't bear. Generally, only the most evil cultivator would use such means to torture. The person in front of them had a green aura and ghostly eyes. At first glance, they knew he wasn't a good person. They nodded hurriedly. "Ask us, if there's anything we know, we'll answer." The Wizard Tribulation smiled, showing satisfaction. He then said calmly, "Do you know where this place is?" The 2 cultivators looked at each other and nodded at the same time. One of them said, "This should be 9 Heavens Holy Land, right?" "Yes, it is 9 Heavens Holy Land." "You have guts, you know it's 9 Heavens Holy Land and you still dare to wander outside?" The Wizard Tribulation raised his eyebrows. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" The person on the left quickly replied, "We are looking for an artifact." "Looking for an artifact?" The Wizard Tribulation smiled strangely. "Looking for one outside?" "Yes." "Who told you there was an artifact outside?" "Many people have been spreading such rumors." The man quickly explained. After listening to him, Yang Kai understood. He didn't know who had spread this rumor, but it was said that in a great war a few years ago, countless cultivators from 9 Heavens Holy Land had died. These dead cultivators had dropped many artifacts nearby, attracting many people to try their luck here to see if they could find 1 or 2 valuable treasures. "There are many people outside, all looking for artifacts?" The Wizard Tribulation asked with a frown. Some of them seem to be here to kill a monster beast. I heard that there are many 6th order and 7th order monster beasts here from the Beast Sea jungle. Those monster beasts have good artifact refining materials." The other person also quickly said, "It seems that some of them are here to kill the devil dwellers. I heard that the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land has accepted a group of demons here. They want to clean up these demons and restore order. With just the few of you?" The Wizard Tribulation looked at them like they were fools and said contemptuously, "Since you heard there are demons here, haven't you heard what kind of strength they have? The news said that there aren't many masters among those demons, only a few transcendent realm cultivators, huh?" The Wizard Tribulation laughed strangely and nodded, "Not many masters. And, there really aren't many, only 5. But those were 5 Saint Realm masters, 3 of whom were 2nd order saints. The wizard Tribulation had witnessed the battle between Li Rong and Shueli and knew that with the ancient demon clan's strength, it was not something one or two great sects could deal with. If they wanted to clean them up, they would need at least 3 or 4 great forces on the same level as Soaring Heaven sect, and they would also need to be prepared to suffer huge losses. If these clowns wanted to clear out the demons, they were simply courting death. After asking a few more questions and confirming that these two didn't have much information, the wizard Tribulation knocked them out again. Standing up and looking at Yang Kai, the wizard Tribulation frowned and said, "Holy Master, it seems that someone has deliberately spread some unfavorable news in order to guide these cultivators to Nine Heavens' Holy Land." Yang Kai nodded, not knowing why, but suddenly remembering the human race master named Wu Zheng he had met before. If someone hadn't taken the lead in spreading such news, it would have been impossible to deceive so many people. On top of that, the person who spread such news had to have a certain level of prestige, otherwise, such obvious lies would have been easily exposed. Wu Zheng obviously had such ability. What is this person trying to do? He knows that these people can't do anything to the Holy Land. Su Hui looked puzzled. Some people don't want Li Rong and the others to stay in Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Yang Kai snorted, "They don't want to see us become close to the demon race, they think it's a disgrace to the human race." Wizard Tribulation's eyes narrowed, seemingly thinking of something, raising his brow and asking, "Holy Master, what Master means is that this person is inciting these cultivators to come to Nine Heavens' Holy Land in an attempt to lure you into taking action." "That should be the case," Yang Kai nodded. "Once they take action, no matter who it is, they can frame Li Rong and the others. At that time, that person can use this as an excuse to lead the world's masters to attack Li Rong and the others. If Li Rong and the others are attacked, I can't just sit back and watch. Once I intervene, the Holy Land will also be involved. When that time comes, the Holy Land will become an enemy of the entire world, making it difficult for the Holy Land to survive." "So insidious?" Su Hui's expression changed. It is indeed a bit despicable and vicious." Wizard Tribulation pondered, if it were any other great force, with so many cultivators wandering around their doorstep, they would definitely try to drive them out. Wizard believes that among those people, there must be some hidden pawns who are responsible for fanning the flames, waiting for you to make a move to drive them out. Yang Kai glanced over at him and chuckled. Wizard Tribulation's words had hit the nail on the head. "Holy Master, how should we deal with this matter?" Su Hui asked. Although the situation wasn't bad yet, if they continued to wait, it was likely more cultivators would be deceived into leaving the Holy Land. This situation needed to be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. However, Nine Heavens' Holy Land had just shown signs of stable development. If they really got into a conflict with too many great forces, it would definitely have an impact on its future. Especially now that Yang Kai hadn't fully matured yet. What does Great Elder think? Yang Kai looked at him, wanting to ask for his opinion. Su Hui respectfully said, "Subordinate thinks we should tell the truth of the matter to those cultivators who have been deceived here and have them withdraw on their own. The artifacts scattered outside the Holy Land aren't real. If there really was such a thing, wouldn't my Holy Land have picked them up? If they can't find them, they will gradually leave. On top of that, the monster race has already retreated to the Beast Sea jungle. If they really have the courage to hunt a monster beast, they can go to monster race territory on their own. There is no need for them to linger outside the Holy Land. As for those cultivators who came to clean up the demons, we can deny the existence of Master Li and the others. In any case, no one can enter the Nine Peaks to investigate. Master Li's people are all honest and won't go out. After this storm passes, everything should be fine." Su Hui didn't want to make a big fuss, something Yang Kai could see. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded, "Then let's do as Great Elder says. You take some people to disperse those cultivators wandering outside the Holy Land. However, we can't be so easygoing. If we are too easygoing, they will think the Holy Land is too weak. We need to let them know what the consequences of disobedience are. After all, if they trespass into my Holy Land's territory, we can kill them without question. What Holy Master says is right. Su Hui nodded. In the past, if these people dared to wander outside the Holy Land at will, Su Hui would have already sent them away. How could he waste his time talking nonsense with them? If they refused to comply, he would kill them directly, but now the Holy Land was no longer the same as before, so he had to act cautiously. Let's do this, give them a 3-day deadline to withdraw from the Holy Land. If they dare to remain after the deadline, they must be trying to stir up trouble. For such people, kill them directly. Yang Kai ordered. Yes, subordinate will do so. Su Hui nodded and immediately withdrew, taking the 2 cultivator wizard Tribulation with him. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She suddenly found that after not seeing him for several years, Yang Kai was becoming more and more like a leader. When he was captured by Coffin Slave Senior and brought to Demon God Citadel, he was just a cautious young man, but now he was able to make appropriate decisions based on the situation. This was something Li Rong very much hoped to see, secretly believing that the ancient demon clan would be able to obtain a bright future under his leadership. Holy Master, this wizard will take his leave. There are still many things to be dealt with in the sect. If Holy Master has time, you are welcome to visit my Netherworld sect at any time. The wizard bid farewell and turned to leave. Sect Master Wizard, there's no need to hurry. Yang Kai stood up. Is there something else, Holy Master? Wizard Tribulation asked curiously. I want to see Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple. Please lead the way, Sect Master Wizard. I am willing to serve. Wizard Tribulation smiled lightly. Li Rong, come with me. Yang Kai turned around and beckoned. Li Rong gently nodded and stepped forward. Walking out of the hall, the 3 turned into streaks of light and left 9 Heaven's Holy Land like lightning. There were originally 4 great forces in the vicinity, but now only 9 Heaven's Holy Land and Netherworld sect remained. These 4 great forces were not too far from each other, only 100 to 200 kilometers apart. For the current Yang Kai, such a distance would not take long to cross, not to mention Li Rong was currently using her Yuan Qi to carry him. In just a short while, the 3 of them arrived at the mountain range, above a group of buildings. This is War Spirit Temple. Among our 3 great forces, it is the closest to 9 Heaven's Holy Land and has benefited a lot from the 9 peaks. Unfortunately, Chao Guan was short-sighted and ruined such a great foundation. Wizard Tribulation pointed down and said. Yang Kai nodded and looked down. The buildings below were like chess pieces, arranged in a picturesque disarray. Many of them had collapsed, and in some places, red blood could be seen. It was likely that some time ago, Wizard Tribulation had gathered the disciples of War Spirit Temple and caused some trouble. Chapter 881. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed, "There's still people here?" Among the buildings of War Spirit Temple, a small number of cultivators were walking around, looking around, seemingly looking for something. Oh, those are my Netherworld sect's disciples. They're here with the original disciples of War Spirit Temple to see if there's anything they can use, Wizard Tribulation explained with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and pointed down. I want this place. After Sect Master Wizard returns, make sure the disciples don't destroy it. Yes. Wizard Tribulation quickly responded. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do with such an abandoned property, he didn't ask. Speaking less and doing more, this was why Wizard Tribulation was better at judging the situation than Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. Let's go take a look at Shattering Mystical Palace. There was nothing special down there, so Yang Kai immediately waved his hand. Wizard Tribulation once again led the way. A moment later, nearly 200 kilometers away, the trio arrived above Shattering Mystical Palace. "This is Zhang Ao's territory," Wizard Tribulation pointed down. "Compared to War Spirit Temple and my Netherworld sect, this place is much better." Yang Kai observed indifferently and found that this place was indeed good. Although it wasn't as good as the Holy Land's 9 peaks, it was still a rare place. Shattering Mystical Palace's establishment here was not without reason. "Holy Master, this one still has some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." After waiting for a while, Wizard Tribulation suddenly said. "Good, Sect Master Wizard, do as you please," Yang Kai nodded. After saying his goodbyes, Wizard Tribulation quickly left. Looking at his disappearing back, Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled. "Although this guy looks a bit gloomy and vicious, he's actually quite a good person. But why is he in such a hurry to leave? It's as if we're going to do something bad to him. Because he knows what I'm going to do next." Yang Kai chuckled. He doesn't want to see too many secrets, so naturally he wants to leave quickly. Li Rong was stunned. "Let's go down and take a look." Yang Kai's figure flickered and flew straight down. Shattering Mystical Palace occupied a very large area, and behind this sect master, Yang Kai and Li Rong landed in a stone forest filled with stone pillars of varying heights, giving them a disorderly appearance. "Li Rong, where is the Blood Essence Stone?" Yang Kai turned his head and asked. "It's still with me," Li Rong replied, taking out the Blood Essence Stone and handing it over. Last time, the Blood Essence Stone had absorbed a lot of fresh blood and transformed it into blood qi, but after using it to heal the ancient demon clan clansmen, this blood qi had been completely exhausted. At this moment, there was no trace of energy fluctuations coming from the Blood Essence Stone. Holding the Blood Essence Stone, Yang Kai looked around. "Master, what are you looking for?" Li Rong observed for a while before asking thoughtfully. "I'm looking for the entrance to Star Field." Yang Kai replied. "The entrance to Star Field?" Li Rong's expression became solemn as she suddenly recalled the words Zhang Ao had said before his death a few months ago, immediately understanding. "Master means to say that the entrance to Star Field is hidden here?" Yang Kai nodded. "I was able to peer into some of Zhang Ao's memories. He really did pick up this Blood Essence Stone in this stone forest, but I don't know the exact location. You should also help me look around and see if there is anything special about this place, especially if there are some strange ores here. Does Master really think that we can enter Star Field? After all, it's just a legend. What do you think?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I don't know." Li Rong slowly shook her head. "Since I was born, I've been living in Demon God Citadel, never even seeing the sun, moon, or stars. It wasn't until a few months ago that I left that place, let alone a star field, but I always felt that it was unrealistic." "Why?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Because even the most powerful masters can only fly 10,000 meters up in the sky, any higher and they are powerless. This continent seems to have some kind of invisible suction force that keeps people from leaving. No one has ever successfully left this place, so how could anyone possibly enter Star Field? All those things about Star Field should be just legends, right?" Yang Kai didn't say much, simply grinning. "Let's look around. If we can find it, I'll take you to see it." Li Rong's beautiful eyes lit up, feeling that Yang Kai didn't seem to be joking, immediately nodding. "Good." The two of them immediately split up and searched carefully in the stone forest. This stone forest should be considered Shattering Mystical Palace's restricted area. Because Yang Kai sensed the fluctuations of many barriers here, all of which were connected to extremely insidious traps. Once triggered, it was very likely to cause a lot of trouble. These barriers should have been set up by Zhang Ao. However, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, these hidden barriers couldn't be hidden, so he didn't need to worry about touching them. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who hadn't found anything, frowned and looked around. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Li Rong's voice suddenly called out. Startled, Yang Kai quickly flew over. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Li Rong. "Master, there's something strange here." Li Rong pointed to a few stone pillars of different lengths in front of them and said, "Also, I found these things nearby." Saying so, she handed over the stones in her hand. Yang Kai took them and carefully observed them, his eyes lighting up as he confidently said, "It should be here." The stones Li Rong had picked up looked a bit like products from Star Field, and the shape and arrangement of these stone pillars were somewhat similar to the vague memory he had of Jianghu. "But there's nothing special about this place," Li Rong was puzzled. If it was possible to see through them at a glance, Jianghu wouldn't have inadvertently discovered the mystery here, Yang Kai said as he stepped forward and patted the stone pillars. They didn't look any different from the nearby stone pillars, but compared to them, these stone pillars were quite hard. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of material they were made of, but it was definitely not ordinary stone. Carefully recalling the scenes he had seen in Zhang Ao's memory, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked a few strands of pure yuan qi into the nearby stone pillars. His true essence disappeared as soon as it appeared, as if it had been swallowed up by these stone pillars. Yang Kai waited quietly for a moment, but there was still no reaction from the stone pillars. Just as he was getting impatient, a buzzing sound suddenly came. Yang Kai immediately jumped back and stood next to Li Rong, closely watching the front. *1, *. The stone pillars trembled as if there was a large, invisible hand holding them and shaking them, causing the ground to show signs of instability. Ripples visible to the naked eye radiated from the stone pillars and spread in all directions like shockwaves. Countless ripples collided in the middle of those stone pillars, and some unexpected changes took place. The space in the middle of the stone pillars seemed to have become a mirror, reflecting the fluctuations of the ripples. With a crash, when the ripples were concentrated to a certain extent, the mirror suddenly shattered, and a dark and deep hole suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and Li Rong, like a ferocious beast opening its mouth. Li Rong couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was excited. He felt a special aura from this hole, the aura of Star Field. "Let's go." Without hesitation, Yang Kai pulled Li Rong and dove in. In the next moment, a huge pressure surged towards Yang Kai from all directions like a tidal wave. Yang Kai's bones creaked and his physique tightened as he tried his best to resist this destructive force. Li Rong also cried out in surprise. The moment she felt the power, she immediately used the demon god transformation. Mysterious demon patterns climbed up her beautiful face, giving her a wild beauty. "Don't be nervous." Yang Kai chuckled and comforted her. Li Rong's beautiful face reddened, and only then did she gradually relax. Her beautiful eyes looked around, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Surrounded by countless stars, it was a beautiful sight to behold. Floating in the void, there was no ground beneath her feet, so when she looked down, she couldn't see anything but the stars. It was as if she was no longer in Tongxian realm. "Is this the Star Field?" Li Rong asked in surprise. Isn't it wonderful?" Yang Kai nodded lightly, bearing the huge force of Star Field, his expression relaxed. "Looking at Master's appearance, it seems you've been to Star Field before?" "I've been here once. It was in the Star Field that I was able to break through to the transcendent realm." Li Rong's beautiful eyes couldn't help trembling. From Yang Kai's words, she caught a glimpse of something unusual. When her master first came here, he was only a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. How had he been able to withstand this terrifying force of Star Field? Li Rong thought that if she didn't use her demon god transformation, she would feel some pressure here. This kind of pressure was enough to shatter anyone's bones, not something a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator could withstand. "But the last time I came here, it doesn't seem to be this place," Yang Kai looked around and said with certainty. The last time he came here, he had been standing on a blue planet. According to Jiao, that was Tongxian realm. However, this place didn't have that kind of scenery, so he didn't know where he had been teleported to after passing through the stone forest. Looking back, behind him was the void corridor leading to the stone forest. Yang Kai didn't know how long it would last, but judging from the aura fluctuations inside, it should be able to last for a few days. Yang Kai's heart settled and he waved his hand, "Come with me." Li Rong quickly followed, maintaining her demon god transformation as she looked around. The legendary star field was a place few people could set foot in, so Li Rong was naturally very curious about it. The two of them released their divine senses, covering a radius of 100 kilometers, investigating all movements within this area. The two of them released the power in their bodies and wantonly destroyed the asteroid sea. Strangely enough, in the star field, it seemed that sound couldn't be transmitted and the two of them could only communicate with one another through their divine sense. Even when they destroyed the meteorites, they didn't make any sound. Pieces of ores of various sizes were collected by Yang Kai into the Black Book space. These ores were all extremely rare and precious on Tongxian realm. If any artifact refiner were to see this scene, they would likely go crazy. Outstanding artifact refiners, in order to find rare ores, would sometimes travel thousands of miles, but even so, it would be difficult to find the ores and materials they wanted. However, in this star field, there were countless ores that could be easily obtained. Such a shocking amount of wealth could only be obtained by Yang Kai. Li Rong also seemed to be infected by Yang Kai's joy, a smile constantly plastered on her pretty face as she busied herself. Most of these meteorites didn't have anything inside them and after they were smashed apart, only a small amount of debris would fly out, but there were simply too many meteorites in this asteroid sea. Even if the probability was very low, after a few hours, Yang Kai and Li Rong's harvest was huge. Shuttling through the dense meteorites, Yang Kai and Li Rong leisurely strolled about. Gradually, the endless meteorite sea seemed to have come to an end, and was about to pass by in front of his eyes. "That should be enough," Yang Kai said, preparing to stop. In any case, the door to the star field was inside Shattering Mystical Palace, so if they wanted to come to the star field in the future, they could do so at any time. There was no need to constantly collect ores here. Li Rong nodded, taking the last piece of ore in her hand and flying over to Yang Kai's side. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a subtle energy fluctuation coming from somewhere in the asteroid sea. This energy fluctuation didn't seem to be coming from a mineral and couldn't help attracting Yang Kai's attention. Gazing in that direction, a faint ray of light entered his eyes. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing near this light in the next moment. After seeing what was emitting this light, his expression couldn't help becoming strange. Reaching out and picking it up, Yang Kai returned to Li Rong's side. "What did Master find?" Li Rong asked curiously. "This." Yang Kai handed over the thing he found in the asteroid sea. Li Rong took it and carefully examined it, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "This is an artifact?" The thing he found in the asteroid sea was about the size of a palm and had a sleek overall shape, like a long shuttle, with two sharp ends and a flat rounded middle, and a mysterious energy fluctuation pulsing from it. However, it seemed that because it had been here for so long, this energy fluctuation was somewhat faint, almost to the point of dissipating. "I also think it's an artifact." Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stared at the asteroid sea that was gradually disappearing into the distance, his brow furrowed. "But, how could there be an artifact here?" Li Rong felt this was inconceivable. Star Field was a legendary territory that no one had ever set foot in, let alone explored. This time, if not for the void corridor in Shattering Mystical Palace, she and Yang Kai would never have been able to reach this place. However, there was actually such an artifact in the Star Field's asteroid sea. The profound meaning behind it was truly intriguing. If there is an artifact, it means there is a cultivator, perhaps someone has already explored this star field before, Yang Kai quickly said. That's impossible, right? Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, even great demon god only yearned for this place in the past, he never managed to explore it. What if there is someone even more powerful than great demon god? Yang Kai said faintly. Li Rong's beautiful face went pale as she was shocked speechless. Great demon god was known as the #1 master in this world since ancient times, no one had ever surpassed him. What kind of level would someone more powerful than great demon god possess? Li Rong couldn't even begin to imagine. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, I was just speaking casually, you don't need to think too much about it. However, judging from the energy fluctuations from this artifact, it is indeed quite old. Even if there was such a person, I'm afraid they are no longer in this world. Li Rong relaxed a lot, letting out a sigh of relief before handing the long shuttle-shaped artifact back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense but couldn't find any information about it, so he couldn't help asking, can you tell what grade it is? Li Rong shook her head, I can't tell, there is some kind of strange power hidden inside it. Although it is on the verge of dissipating, it is still resisting my probing. Master should take it back and study it carefully, it would be best if he could figure out what it is. Yang Kai nodded and put away the long shuttle-shaped artifact, preparing to refine it once he returned. He only had one artifact on him right now, and that was the silver leaf artifact. This was something the previous Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land had owned and was a saint-grade high-rank artifact with infinite uses, both offensive and defensive. Refining this long shuttle-shaped artifact wasn't a big deal. An average cultivator would have at least 2 or 3 artifacts on them, those with noble backgrounds would have even more. Speaking of artifacts, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, you and Han Fei don't have any good artifacts, right? Li Rong smiled. Originally, the ancient demon clan had some artifacts, and none of them were low grade, but they were all lost with the passing of our ancestors. On top of that, our ancient demon clan's greatest asset is our bodies, so when we fight, it doesn't matter if we don't have an artifact. That being said, having an artifact is still a good thing, at least it might be useful. Saying so, Yang Kai took out a number of different artifacts from the black book space and handed them to Li Rong, take these back and let Han Fei, Huaimo, and the others choose the ones suitable for them to refine. So many? And all of them saint-grade? Li Rong looked surprised. Saint-grade artifacts were rare, and each one of them was priceless. Every Saint Realm powerhouse in the continent wished to possess a Saint-grade artifact, but not everyone could obtain such a thing. Most Saint Realm experts still used Spirit-grade secret treasures. Saint-grade artifacts were the same as pills, the materials required to refine them were not easy to find. Chapter 883. However, Yang Kai had actually taken out several saint-grade artifacts at once, completely shocking Li Rong to the point where she was rendered speechless. Li Rong couldn't help wondering if Yang Kai had plundered the treasuries of several great sects, otherwise, how could he have collected so many saint-grade artifacts? Shocked, Li Rong didn't hesitate to accept Yang Kai's gifts and put them away. She knew better than anyone that the more powerful the ancient demon clan was, the more it could help Yang Kai. These artifacts could greatly enhance her and Han Fei's combat strength. Let's go back. Yang Kai quickly identified the direction they had come from and returned. Although there was no reference point in Star Field, Yang Kai's divine sense was quite sharp, so he didn't lose his way. After an unknown amount of time, the pair once again arrived at the entrance to the void corridor. Stepping inside and reappearing, they were back in the stone forest of Shattering Mystical Palace. The surrounding stone pillars were still vibrating and ripples were spreading out from them. These ripples collided at the center of the void corridor and formed an entrance to Star Field. Reaching out and waving his hand, the stone pillars suddenly quieted down and the entrance to Star Field gradually disappeared. The world once again restored its tranquility. Master, this place is so important, should we set up some kind of barrier? Otherwise, someone might accidentally break in and destroy it, Li Rong asked. Do you know how to? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Li Rong smiled lightly. I know a bit, although it's not a good idea, it's probably better than the original barrier here. Good. Yang Kai nodded. He had just been wondering whether or not to send someone to guard this place, so Li Rong's proposal was exactly what he had been hoping for. With Yang Kai's permission, Li Rong immediately began making arrangements. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never studied things like restrictions and formations. He could destroy them, but he didn't know how to set them up. At this moment, seeing that Li Rong was going to use this kind of method, he naturally wanted to learn, so he followed her and watched. Li Rong didn't hide anything. She explained to Yang Kai while she was arranging, which benefited him a lot. A few hours later, a hidden spirit array was placed around the stone pillars, so that even if Yang Kai used his divine sense to probe them, he could not detect them all. Awesome. If I have time, I'd like to learn more about this from you. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. After being praised, Li Rong's face seemed to glow. She pursed her lips and said, Master, you flatter me. It's just a small trick. Let's go back first. Yang Kai chuckled. He was very interested in this long shuttle artifact and wanted to refine it as much as possible to find out what it was used for. The two immediately flew off in the direction of the Holy Land. After returning to the 9 peaks from Shattering Mystical Palace, before he even had time to enter the Holy Land, Yang Kai felt a large number of life auras converge in a certain location. Faintly, he also heard the sound of a noisy argument. Yang Kai frowned and walked over with Li Rong. As they got closer, the noise from the other side gradually became clearer. It seemed that many people were shouting, their voices filled with grievances and resentment. All of them were accusing 9 Heaven's Holy Land of taking advantage of its position to bully the weak. Occasionally, Holy Land Elder Shikuan could be heard shouting. Kai Yang couldn't help but quicken his pace and soon arrived at the scene of the incident. Frowning, he asked, what happened? Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Shikuan quickly turned his head and saw Yang Kai leading Li Rong over. Yang Kai grinned, this is my Holy Land's 9 peaks, tell me, why should I drive you away? We haven't even entered the 9 peaks yet, so why are we obstructing you? Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? The yellow-robed man sneered, or do you think our cultivations aren't high enough so you can bully us at will? Let me tell you, although our cultivations aren't high, we aren't so easily bullied. Saying so, the yellow-robed man held his head high and puffed out his chest, as if saying he could be killed but not humiliated. His words aroused the anger of many people, and in an instant, many of them began pointing their spears at 9 Heaven's Holy Land. Shikuan angrily shouted, if you don't want to die, shut up. Who dares act presumptuously in front of my holy master? These words completely poured oil on the fire, causing the yellow-robed man to shout, did you all hear that? An elder of 9 Heaven's Holy Land wants to kill you. Since ancient times, 9 Heaven's Holy Land has always been a golden signboard for the human race. Rumors have it that the people of 9 Heaven's Holy Land are gentle and loyal, but now it seems they aren't. Or is it that after the death of the previous generation's Holy Master, the current generation's Holy Master is evil? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. That's right. I also heard that this generation's Holy Master colluded with demon race and even raised a group of demons in the 9 peaks. These words caused an uproar as everyone began discussing amongst themselves, the look in their eyes suddenly changing as they stared at Yang Kai. The yellow-robed man stood in the crowd and stared at Yang Kai with a smug look on his face, saying, what can you do about me? Li Rong's pretty face filled with anger as she whispered, Master, he seems to be bullying you because you are too young. Then he's miscalculated, Yang Kai sneered before turning to Shikuan and asking, how much longer until the deadline given to them by Great Elder arrives? Shi Kun looked up at the sky and quickly said, at most, no more than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to the crowd and saying, I won't waste any more time with you. If you don't withdraw after the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, prepare to die here. Seeing the smile on Yang Kai's face, it didn't seem like he was joking, causing many people to feel fear and involuntarily retreat a few steps. What are you afraid of? The yellow-robed man shouted again, they won't dare kill us. We haven't done anything to harm Nine Heaven's holy land, do you think we'll be killed just because we're nearby? If they really are so overbearing, someone will definitely avenge us. That's right, the world's actions are based on reason, why would they dare kill us? Someone echoed. If we retreat now, we won't be able to obtain those treasures for the rest of our lives. They want to monopolize those treasures, that's why they're driving us away. Yang Kai didn't say anything, simply standing there with a smile on his face, letting these people clamor. The cultivator who had originally intended to leave also stopped, preparing to observe for a while before deciding what to do next. Subconsciously, they still didn't believe that a great force like Nine Heaven's holy land would kill people without reason, especially when their new holy master was here. Holy Master, time's up. Shi Kun suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded, staring at the yellow-robed man from across the crowd, his eyes filled with ridicule. Being stared at like this, the yellow-robed man couldn't help feeling his hair stand on end, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Feeling a chill in his heart, he put on a strong front and shouted, what are you looking at, boy? Don't think just because you're the new holy master of Nine Heaven's holy land you can do whatever you want, you're just lucky. If Father here was chosen by that saintess, he would definitely be better than you. Is that so? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile, silently and mysteriously, tilting his head as he stared at the yellow-robed man. You seem to think I wouldn't dare kill you? Who gave you so much confidence to make you think this way? The yellow-robed man's face changed as he shouted, if you kill someone here, what difference is there between you and a monster demon? In the future, there will be no place for your Nine Heaven's holy land in this world. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, is that what that person told you? Are you an idiot enough to believe it? Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he shouted, a trivial first-order transcendent trash, if you die then die, do you think anyone will uphold justice for you? Only when he could resonate with this long shuttle artifact would he be able to understand its purpose and use it to fight his enemies. This was something Yang Kai didn't need to do deliberately, he just needed time to settle down, and after a certain point, it would naturally resonate with him. Sit down, I just came out of seclusion today so there's no need to pay attention to me, Yang Kai gestured. Everyone nodded lightly and sat down. Holy Master has come at just the right time. Su Hui said, we were just discussing whether we should sell some of the Holy Land's valuables we can't use. Holy Master should give us some advice. Sell what? Yang Kai was stunned. Some artifacts we can't use and some secret arts and martial skills that don't belong to my Nine Heaven's holy land, Su Hui replied. Why should we sell them? Yang Kai swept his eyes around. All the elders blushed slightly as they glanced around at each other, none of them saying anything. Yang Kai was even more puzzled. Su Hui smiled bitterly and explained, the main reason is that the disciples have been cultivating in the holy tomb some time ago and have made many gains and breakthroughs. In order to consolidate their current cultivation, they have consumed too much of their strength. The Holy Land's yuan qi has also been greatly damaged, so, we don't have enough cultivation materials. If we sell what we have, we can exchange it for a lot of other things. Holy Master, please persuade Great Elder, he even wants to sell the Saint-grade low-rank artifact the old Holy Master gave him, Yuing said. Yang Kai was taken aback and asked, is the Holy Land in such dire straits now? Its subordinates' incompetence. Su Hui said awkwardly, but as long as we get through this difficult time, things will improve after a while. It's not your fault. Yang Kai shook his head and said thoughtfully, it's also related to the demons I brought with me. Didn't you distribute a lot of materials to them? Although Su Hui and the others had never told him this, Yang Kai had been able to observe it. Since the ancient demon clan moved into the Holy Land, the ancient demon race had always had an abundance of cultivation materials, all of which should have been given to them by Su Hui. The Holy Land could be self-sufficient, but the ancient demon clan could not. They could not leave the 9 peaks at all. Once they were discovered, it would likely cause trouble. The extra 1,000 people would only become a burden to the Holy Land. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Su Hui did not deny it and simply nodded silently. This is my responsibility, Yang Kai gently nodded, taking the initiative to admit his mistake, I have neglected this issue. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, Great Elder, allow me to ask something I shouldn't be asking. Do you elders who have reached the Saint realm have a habit of collecting Saint-grade materials? Su Hui nodded, yes, since breaking through to the transcendent late stage, subordinate has been purposefully collecting materials, refining pills, refining artifacts, whatever I need, I will collect, and when the day comes, I will find a suitable alchemist or artifact refiner to help me refine it. I have also collected materials, Cheng Yutong nodded. The Alchemist Guild generally did not allow such an alchemist to work for any one force. The only exception was if the alchemist was cultivated by that force and was not subject to the jurisdiction of the Alchemist Guild. Unfortunately, Nine Heaven's Holy Land had never produced a saint-grade alchemist after so many years. There wasn't one in the past, but that doesn't mean there isn't one now. Just release the news. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Su Hui's body trembled as he suddenly thought of something, what Holy Master means is, among those demons, but soon he frowned again. Demons were unable to perform alchemy because of the demonic qi in their bodies. You don't need to worry about who will refine them, just do as I say. Yes. Seeing Yang Kai so confident, Su Hui no longer asked and immediately began making arrangements with the other elders. Although Nine Heaven's Holy Land had not received any help when it was in danger last time, and now they were embroiled in a public debate about colluding with evil demons, this did not prevent the news from spreading. The elders had made many connections in the outside world over the years, so each of them used their own methods to spread the news. The middle-aged woman didn't hide anything from him and told him everything she knew. After listening, the 2 Saint Realm Masters glanced at each other, the cultivator surnamed when thoughtfully asking, so, there really is a highly skilled alchemy grandmaster hidden here? 3 pills, 2 of them formed pill veins, either that person's luck was good enough or his skill was superb. I don't know which one it is, but the saint pill I want to refine, can he refine it? The amount of time and energy required to refine a saint pill was exponentially greater, so there was no point in being anxious. So they decided to be patient. More than an hour later, inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai summoned Su Hui, who had been waiting outside. Walking into Yang Kai's room, Su Hui immediately smelled a rich pill fragrance, causing his expression to shake slightly as he began looking around. He wanted to know who was helping these people perform alchemy and who had such a miraculous method. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, Su Hui came up empty-handed. The pills are refined, take them first, don't rush to give them to them. It won't be too late to hand them over to them tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Su Hui thought for a moment before nodding lightly, taking the 2 saint pills and asking, "Does Holy Master want them to know that refining saint pills is not easy?" Yang Kai glanced over at him and said lightly, "I just want them to know that if they doubt the level of my Holy Land's alchemist, they will be punished." Su Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry and didn't say anything more, but his eyes kept darting around. Seeing Su Hui not willing to leave and instead looking around, Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Are you looking for that alchemy grandmaster?" Su Hui grinned meaningfully before lowering his voice and asking, "Holy Master, when did my Holy Land receive such a grandmaster? How come even this old master didn't know about him? He has worked so hard to help my Holy Land survive this crisis, so I should offer my thanks to him. After all, I am the Holy Land's great elder. Do you want to know who he is?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Su Hui nodded seriously. "What if I told you that the one who refined these pills was me?" "Holy Master must be joking." Su Hui said with a look of disbelief, "Holy Master, at such a young age you have already reached the 3rd order transcendent realm, a dragon among men. In the future, your achievements will not be inferior to those of previous Holy Masters, this old master firmly believes. But if you say that you are also proficient in alchemy while cultivating, this old master doesn't believe it. A Grand Master who can refine saint pills must have at least been immersed in this field for 100 years, the flowing time Great Emperor. Holy Master is still too young, even if you began alchemy in your mother's womb, it would still be impossible for you to possess such skill. If you don't believe me, then so be it." Yang Kai spat disdainfully, not bothering to explain further. "Ah." Su Hui was stunned, becoming more and more curious about this hidden alchemy grandmaster, but since Yang Kai didn't want to say anything, he had no choice but to leave. Early the next morning, Su Hui arrived at the main hall. The 2 first-order saints had been waiting all night, their eyes bloodshot, so when they saw Su Hui appear, they immediately rushed up and eagerly asked, "Great Elder, how is it?" As they spoke, their expressions became tense, fearing they would hear some bad news from Su Hui. With their strength reaching such a level, they generally had a high status and didn't need to worry about crystal stones. However, as one of them had said before, the saint-grade materials they had painstakingly collected were not easy to find. Some of them couldn't be bought even if one had enough money, all of them had to be found by themselves, traversing mountains and rivers. Of course, luck played a large role in this. If the refinement failed, although the Holy Land would compensate them, it wouldn't compensate them with herbs, only a corresponding amount of crystal stones. They would then have to search for or purchase other materials. Does Great Elder have something to say? Meng Tianfei asked. Pass on the Holy Master's order. Su Hui nodded, turning to the long line of people and shouting, "Everyone, this old master is 9 Heavens Holy Land's Great Elder, Su Hui. Greetings." Everyone quickly returned the greeting, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Su Hui's expression shook. He had never felt so spirited before, even when the old Holy Master was alive, he had never felt such a sense of grandeur. Continuing to shout, pass on the Holy Master's order. May I ask if anyone has any world spirit treasures? Most people shook their heads, indicating that they did not have such a thing, but some whispered among themselves, guessing what the Holy Master wanted this thing for. Alchemy and the martial Tao complemented each other and combined together, advancing hand in hand and progressing at a rapid pace. Even without deliberately cultivating, his cultivation was still steadily increasing. At this rate, within 3 to 5 years, Yang Kai felt that he would be able to touch the threshold of the Saint Realm. If there were other opportunities, this time would be shortened even further. After reaching the Third Order Transcendent Realm, Yang Kai was only one step away from breaking through to the Saint Realm. Unlike Yuan Qi breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary or Transcendent Realm from the Immortal Ascension boundary, this step into the Saint Realm was more difficult than ever before. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower could be used to assist a Transcendent Realm cultivator in their breakthrough. Yang Kai still had 2 drops he had refined in the starry sky last time and had not yet used up. At that time, he had condensed a total of 6 drops of medicinal liquid, giving 4 to Tsangyan and the others while keeping the rest in Yang Kai's black book space. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower did not have any side effects. Tsangyan, Fei Yu, and her other martial uncles had used it to break through to the First Order Saint Realm, so their foundation had not been affected, nor would it hinder their future cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not intend to use external aids for the time being, instead deciding to use his own strength to try to break through first. Only by comprehending and understanding one's own strength would he gain the most profound insights. Alchemy was the best support for this, allowing Yang Kai to experience many unexpected gains during the process of alchemy, allowing his body and mind to be cleansed and his soul to sublimate. Days passed by. 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy reputation quickly spread throughout Tongxian realm. There was someone who had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and had spared no effort to come here just to ask the mysterious master in the Holy Land to refine a pill for him. Outside the 9 peaks, there was a long line that stretched for several kilometers. Every day, there would be hundreds of people waiting, and more alchemists would join in. The unknown Grandmaster of the Holy Land was a master of alchemy. Ever since he began refining pills, he had never failed and had even managed to refine many pills with pill veins. Gradually, some people began to compare this Grandmaster with the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, wondering who would win if the two were to compete. However, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep was a legendary figure. Even among the demon race and monster race, this Grandmaster had a great reputation and was revered by all living beings in the world. This alone was not something the Grandmaster of 9 Heavens Holy Land could compare with. As his reputation spread, those who came to ask for alchemy were no longer limited to spirit-grade top-rank and saint-grade low-rank pills, but even saint-grade mid-rank pills. 9 Heavens Holy Land did not refuse anyone, allowing those who came to ask for alchemy to leave satisfied. Every time a pill was refined, the Holy Land would receive a reward equal to the value of the pill. Su Hui and the other elders were now grinning from ear to ear every day, all of their previous worries swept away. The Holy Land's warehouse was now filled with a variety of crystal stones and various cultivation materials, the amount of reserves reaching an astonishing level. This was especially true after the mysterious Grandmaster changed the rule of refining 20 pills a day from 10 pills a day, allowing the Holy Land to obtain more and more benefits. Many people who came to ask for alchemy were not only given a reward equal to the value of the pill they refined, but also more as a form of thanks. This caused Su Hui to wonder if there was more than one alchemy Grandmaster in the Holy Land. If not, how could a single Grandmaster refine 20 pills a day? There should be at least 3, perhaps even more. Su Hui secretly speculated. The ancient demon clan leaders were well aware that the current prosperity of the Holy Land was probably caused by Yang Kai, but they did not mention this to Su Hui and the others. After receiving a lot of cultivation materials from the Holy Land, Yang Kai focused on developing himself, never leaving the mountain peak where he lived so as to avoid being discovered and causing trouble. When it came to the cultivation materials provided to the ancient demon clan, Su Hui didn't show any intention of shortchanging them. On the contrary, he was extremely generous. If there was anything the ancient demon clan needed, he would bring it to them, causing Li Rong to feel very grateful. Outside the 9 peaks, there was a newly built stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion were several exquisite stone benches and a stone table with a pot of tea on top of it. The 2 elders, Yuing and Cheng Yutong, sat inside the stone pavilion, staring at the long line of people, sipping tea as they whispered to one another. With so many people coming to ask for alchemy pills, every day there would be 2 elders here to maintain order. Today, it was Yuing and Cheng Yutong's turn. The 2 beautiful women had different temperaments, but they had the same graceful figure, plump breasts, snake-like waists, slender and beautiful legs, and perky buttocks that outlined a beautiful arc that could captivate one's soul. It was as if they had become the most beautiful scenery outside the 9 peaks. The people who came to ask for alchemy pills were all bored, so many of them cast eager glances towards the 2 elders, looking for some spiritual comfort. Perceiving the strange gazes of these people, although Yuing and Cheng Yutong were not happy, they had no choice but to ignore them and order the Holy Land disciples to form a circle around the stone pavilion to prevent others from looking in. Although it was said to be maintaining order, there was actually no need to do anything. Most of the people who came here were very honest and did not try to cut in line or bully others. Occasionally, there would be some ignorant fellows who tried to take advantage of their status to forcibly occupy a good spot, but the Holy Land's people didn't even need to take action. The masters at the front of the line would spontaneously make them obey. Most of the people who came to ask for alchemy pills were transcendents, but there was no lack of saints. Once something that provoked public anger was done, the result would naturally not be good. Therefore, Yuing and Cheng Yutong simply drank water and chatted inside the stone pavilion to pass the time. At the end of the long line, 2 women and a middle-aged man were waiting. But this time, Yun Xian found that this man was already standing at a height she could never hope to reach. Her heart aching, Yun Xian knew that she would never be able to catch up to Yang Kai in this lifetime, only be able to look up to him. Such a man was not someone a woman like her could match up to. Did several grandmasters come to my holy land for sightseeing, or do you have something important to do? Yang Kai lightly coughed and quickly asked about the matter at hand. The 5 grandmasters glanced at each other and soon the eyes of the other 4 focused on Du Wan, obviously waiting for him to answer. Old man Du helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "It's like this. We heard that there was a grandmaster alchemist here, so we wanted to pay a visit." Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching. Others might not know who this grandmaster alchemist was, but Du Wan and the others definitely knew. After all, Yang Kai had refined a saint-grade low-rank pill with pill veins in front of them. At this moment, seeing Du Wan speak so modestly, Yang Kai couldn't bear it and didn't know how to respond. If it is convenient for that Grandmaster, we would like to study alchemy from him. Hong Fong continued. Yang Kai's mouth twitched even more. It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. Duan saw the strange expression on Yang Kai's face and thought he wasn't too willing, so he quickly waved his hand. We don't covet the secrets of others, it's just that no one can teach us alchemy. Now that we have finally found one, we want to try our luck. Yang Kai, you can discuss with that Grandmaster, there's no need to rush to answer us, it won't be too late to give us an answer later. And, if that Grandmaster is willing to give us some pointers, we would naturally be happy, but if he doesn't want to, it's fine as well. After all, us old fogies were a bit shameless and forced him to do something he didn't want, Chang Bao comforted. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai, wondering what answer he would give. Even Shui Ling, Yuncheng, and the others were watching nervously. They didn't know why, but they felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, several Grandmasters are too serious, my Holy Land's alchemist also needs to communicate with others. The arrival of 5 Grandmasters is nothing short of a blessing for him. How about this, on behalf of that alchemist, I agree to your request. Although it's not about pointers, it's about learning from each other. Really? Chang Bao excitedly asked. Is that okay? Duan also looked at Yang Kai. There's nothing wrong with it, there's nothing shameful about it, Yang Kai chuckled. The 5 Grandmasters glanced at each other with excited expressions before turning to look at Yang Kai again, their eyes filled with gratitude. Yang Kai agreeing so readily was really beyond their expectations. On the way here, the 5 Grandmasters had been a bit hesitant, feeling that such a request was a bit inappropriate, but they couldn't resist the temptation of learning the mysteries of alchemy and had come to the Holy Land together, thickening their faces to make such a request, mentally preparing themselves for rejection. Who would have thought that he would achieve his goals so easily? The 5 Grandmasters were pleasantly surprised. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go meet that Grandmaster now, He Feng said, standing up. No need to rush. Yang Kai laughed dumbly, please wait a moment. Saying so, he turned to Shui Ling and the others, what about you? Did you come here to see me or to perform alchemy? If I said I came here specifically to see you, would you believe me? Shui Ling asked with a smile. Yang Kai grinned disdainfully. Then I came here to perform alchemy, heh. Chapter 896. Shui Ling had only broken through to the Transcendent Realm 4 months ago, so she really needed to consolidate her realm. If she didn't want to meditate to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, she could only rely on the power of pills. Yang Kai nodded, thought about it for a while, then said, if you want to stabilize your realm, a single azure sky pill is enough. I'll help you refine some other soul-restoring pills with the remaining herbs you need to enhance your spiritual energy. In any case, the materials required for these 2 pills are similar. You know a lot about pills? Shui Ling was stunned. I've been around that Grandmaster for a long time, so I understand a little. Then I'll leave it to you, in any case, I know you won't treat me badly. Shui Ling seemed to have entrusted her life to Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. You woman. Yang Kai slowly shook his head before turning to Yun Xian, his tone softening greatly, what about you? Yun Xian seemed to be thinking about something, but upon hearing this question her tender body trembled slightly, quickly replying, my father wants to refine a heaven's secret pill. Heaven's secret pill? Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look at Yun Cheng, smiling, so, Senior Yun is about to break through to the Saint Realm? Yun Cheng smiled awkwardly, I saw some hope but was unable to comprehend its mysteries, so I came here to ask for a heaven's secret pill to peer into the mysteries of the heavens. Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly, since Senior Yun is about to break through, I will ask Grandmaster to refine the best heaven's secret pill possible to help Senior Yun comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Hearing this, Yun Cheng's expression shook and he was overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble Yang Shengzhu. Saying so, he signaled to Yun Xian with his eyes. Yun Xian understood, got up, and politely bowed, "Many thanks. Holy Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded faintly, his expression slightly complicated. Inside the hall, the group of people watching seemed to have noticed something and began to ponder. Yun Cheng coughed dryly and handed over the herbs he had prepared. Yang Kai took it and ordered, "Enling, help me greet my friends. I'll bring the materials over first." "Yes," Enling, replied. "Grandmasters, please follow me." Yang Kai called out to Du Wan and the others. In the side room, the alchemy furnace was still placed there. Sets of alchemy ingredients were placed beside it, waiting to be refined. After arriving, Yang Kai said, "Grandmasters, please feel free to do as you please. This junior is usually refining pills here, so there's nothing to entertain you all. Don't worry about us. We're only here to observe. How much we can learn is up to us. There's no need for you to teach us." Chang Bao quickly found a good spot and sat down cross-legged. "Not bad. When we came here, we already discussed it. As long as you agree to let us observe, we won't do anything else." Du Wan nodded slightly. "That's fine." Yang Kai nodded. When it came to alchemy, he had to give it his all, so he really didn't have the time to explain anything to others. Moreover, he had no experience in teaching, nor did he have the qualifications to do so. The 5 people in front of him were all masters who had been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years and had their own unique understanding of alchemy. Rather than explaining alchemy to them, it would be better to just let them observe. "Boy, are you having an affair with that girl named Yun Xian? Why do I feel like she's looking at you so strangely?" Chang Bao suddenly asked with a smile, his small eyes flashing with light. "You shameless old man, what nonsense are you spouting?" Kong Ruoyu immediately glared at him. "Heh, I was just asking." Chang Bao laughed awkwardly. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly and nodded, "There really is something going on. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's focus on alchemy." Immediately, Yang Kai took out the herbs Shui Ling had brought and prepared to refine the Azure Sky Pill and Soul Replenishing Pill she needed. The grade of these 2 pills wasn't too high, only spirit grade top rank. Yang Kai planned to use them as a warm-up in preparation for refining the Heavenly Mystery Pill. The 5 Grandmasters immediately raised their spirits and paid close attention to his movements, lest they miss the slightest detail. Time passed by little. Inside the Holy Master Court, Enling, accompanied Shui Ling, Yun Xian, and the others, getting along well with each other. In the evening, Yang Kai, who had left a while ago, returned once again. Yun Cheng, who had been anxiously waiting, quickly got up and looked towards him, his body trembling slightly as he felt a little nervous. Arriving in front of him, Yang Kai handed him a jade bottle and said, "This is the Heavenly Mystery Pill Senior Yun needs." Tossing another jade bottle to Shui Ling, Yang Kai said, "This is your Azure Sky Pill and Soul Replenishing Pill." Shui Ling smiled and took the bottle, opening it and taking a look inside. She couldn't help calling out in surprise, "You can really refine pill veins. I thought the rumors outside were all exaggerated, but it turns out it's true." Of these 3 pills, the Azure Sky Pill, which was used to stabilize one's cultivation, clearly had pill veins. Its value was not something ordinary pills could compare with. Shui Ling's eyes filled with excitement and happiness. "Next time if you need anything, just come here, there's no need to be polite with me," Yang Kai said with a smile. "I won't be polite with you," Shui Ling pouted. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully and put the pills into her universe bag, carefully placing them away before turning her gaze towards Cloud City. "Why is Senior Yun like this? At this moment, Yun Xian and Wuxia Xianxia were also gathered around Yun Cheng. Seeing his hands trembling and his throat trembling, but unable to speak, neither of them knew what was wrong, causing their beautiful faces to pale with anxiety. Pill. Pill veins. After a long time, Yun Cheng finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, a saint pill with pill veins. Impossible. Shui Ling was taken aback and quickly leaned over to take a closer look. Sure enough, she saw that the saint-grade low-rank pill had lines that resembled the meridians of a human body. She was also shocked speechless. A saint pill with pill veins, the value of such a thing was immeasurable. For a time, all of them stared at Yun Cheng with envy. If only they had known this would happen, they would have brought some materials for refining saint pills. In any case, there was no need to pay for refining saint pills in Yang Kai's place, and her father was also in need of saint pills. Congratulations to Senior Yun for achieving his wish. Shui Ling calmed herself down and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations Union Master, there is hope for you to break through to the Saint Realm, Wuxia Xianxia also quickly followed up. You can't say that. Although these pills are rare, breaking through to the Saint Realm will depend on this Yun's efforts, but in any case, I must thank Yang Shengzhu for his help. Senior Yun is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly, glancing over at Yun Xian who also nodded gently, showing a look of gratitude. She knew in her heart that Yang Kai must have asked that Grandmaster to go all out, otherwise, how could he have so coincidentally refined a saint pill with pill veins? Now that the pill had been refined, Yun Cheng was in no mood to stay and couldn't wait to return to bold independent city so he could take this pill and explore the mysteries of breaking through to the Saint Realm, so he immediately said goodbye. Yang Kai didn't try to persuade him to stay. Then I'll be going too. Seeing how busy you are, it seems you don't have time to accompany me. There's no point in staying here, Shui Ling thought for a moment and also said she wanted to leave. I'll send you off. Yang Kai said. That won't do, this Yun cannot afford. Yun Cheng was shocked, but before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away by Wuxia Xianxia, muttering under his breath, it's none of your business, Union Master, we'll leave first. Hearing this, Yun Cheng immediately came to his senses, excused himself from Yang Kai, and flew out of the 9 peaks. Shui Ling also gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before waving her hand, if you have time, come to Water Spirit Temple to see me. Don't go missing for several years without any news. I know, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In an instant, only Yang Kai and Yun Xian remained in the hall. Even Su Hui and An Ling had tactfully slipped away and disappeared. Let's go, Yang Kai motioned. Yun Xian gently nodded and walked out side by side with Yang Kai. Along the way, Yang Kai was silently considering what to say. Although something had happened between him and this woman all those years ago, under those circumstances, he had been forced to do so. If he refused to admit it now, it would be too much of an animal, so he could only remain silent. I heard from your Holy Land Saintess that you haven't even accepted her. Yang Kai didn't say anything, so Yun Xian suddenly spoke up. She even told you that? Yang Kai was stunned. There's a lot to be said between women, Yun Xian grinned. Why is that? You're the Holy Master here and she's the Saintess, shouldn't you be together? Could it be you don't even like someone like her? It's not that I don't like her. Yang Kai shook his head, not knowing how to explain. That means you have another woman in your heart. Yun Xian said decisively. Yang Kai couldn't help admiring this woman's keenness and nodded, indeed. Isn't she outstanding? Yun Xian asked faintly. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help flashing back to Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. Seeing him like this, Yun Xian smiled sadly, forget it, you don't need to answer. I already know the answer. And you don't need to worry about what happened between you and me, that kind of situation was really unavoidable. Just treat it as a beautiful memory that I will treasure in my heart. Yang Kai opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Can you not show such an expression? Yun Xian's eyes became watery as her voice trembled slightly. Do you think you're going to take responsibility after taking advantage of me once? I didn't care at all, why should you care? Yun Xian. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he stared deeply at her, feeling helpless in his heart. Yun Xian kept wiping the corners of her eyes, but the tears continued to pour out like pearls. Suddenly, she turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and bit down hard. Chapter 898. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao, asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. The long shuttle seemed to have broken through the shackles of space, constantly changing its position. After several attempts, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. He felt that he had figured out the mystery of this artifact. Reaching out, the long shuttle returned to his hand. Yang Kai carefully examined it again. His divine sense wandered inside the long shuttle, observing its structure, not letting go of a single detail. Although the long shuttle was small, after his divine sense entered it, it was as if he had entered a vast and boundless space. No matter how Yang Kai probed, he seemed to be unable to see the end. Suddenly, a trace of faintly discernible information flowed from the long shuttle into Yang Kai's divine sense. Shuttle of Flying Apsara, this seemed to be the name of this artifact. Inferring from this name alone, it was the same as what Yang Kai had sensed before. The purpose of this long shuttle was to fly. In other words, it was a special flight-type artifact. There were many kinds of artifacts, and according to their classification, their types were also different. In terms of function, artifacts were mainly divided into three categories: offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. Of course, there were also artifacts that were both offensive and defensive. Yang Kai's silver leaf was such an artifact. According to the power used, artifacts could also be divided into Yuan Qi-controlled artifacts and soul-type artifacts. The value of the latter was generally much higher than the former and was more difficult to refine. Among the artifacts, there was a special kind that was specifically used for flight. If one used a flight-type artifact, they would generally fly much faster than a cultivator. Yang Kai had also seen many flight-type artifacts in his time, many of them in different shapes, such as sword-shaped, foot-shaped, carriages, and so on, but this was the first time he had seen one in the shape of a long shuttle. At first glance, this thing looked a bit like a canoe. Inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara, there was no trace of a spirit array, which meant that it could not be used to attack. There should be a defensive spirit array, but he did not know how strong it was. His divine sense continued to probe deeper. Soon, Yang Kai found a strange place. Inside the shuttle of Flying Apsaras, specks of light were twinkling. When one's divine sense entered this place, it was as if they were in a star field, surrounded by countless stars that extended as far as the eye could see. The interior of the light was like a star field that had been shrunk countless times, and it was placed inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara. Among them, there was also a spirit line that was so small that it was almost undetectable. It was connected to many flickering light spots and extended to a very far place. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what this was for. Yang Kai's divine sense followed this spirit thread and began to feel more and more that what was stored inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara was very similar to a miniature version of the star field. However, what he found to be a pity was that the spirit line was broken at a certain point. It was probably because it had been drifting in the star field for a long time and had lost most of its spirituality. He did not know where it would eventually connect to. Shaking his head, Yang Kai retracted his divine sense after confirming that there was nothing to worry about inside the shuttle of flying Apsara. Although this artifact had lost most of its spirituality, after such a long time of nourishment, it was still able to play its most basic role. Driven by his curiosity, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the Holy Master Court. Chapter 899. Feiyu's martial aunt was still the same as always, her mouth full of nonsense, causing Yang Kai's face to flush red and his blood to boil. Feiyu, on the other hand, was laughing so hard she couldn't even stand up straight. Sangyan and the others soon arrived and met with Yang Kai, asking him about the situation with the demons, warning him to be careful and not be deceived by them. Feeling the care of his martial uncles, Yang Kai's heart warmed and he readily agreed. From Sangyan and the others, Yang Kai also learned that a number of masters had come to Soaring Heaven sect some time ago to inquire about the situation with Chu Ling Xiao's group of demons. Some of them even angrily requested Chu Ling Xiao to kill Yang Kai, who had colluded with the demons, and clean up the sect. Chu Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to these people and instead entered secluded retreat, refusing to meet with outsiders. These people were helpless, and after staying in Soaring Heaven sect for a while, they could only leave. However, as the reputation of Nine Heavens Holy Land spread, no one came to visit Soaring Heaven sect again. They didn't want to offend Nine Heavens Holy Land, otherwise, they may lose the opportunity to ask the Alchemy Grandmaster for help. Later, Yang Kai went to visit ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao and spoke with him for a while. After learning that Li Rong and the others were now obediently staying in the Nine Peaks, Chu Ling Xiao was extremely satisfied, but he still gave Yang Kai a lot of advice, much the same as his martial uncles. After spending 3 days in Soaring Heaven sect, relieving the fatigue he had accumulated from practicing alchemy for so long, Yang Kai set foot on the road back home. For nearly a year, Yang Kai had been constantly improving his alchemy skills, constantly helping others perform alchemy, gaining insights from alchemy to assist his own cultivation, not even taking a single day off to rest. This time, after a few days of coincidental rest, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his cultivation had risen again. He immediately understood that this was the result of relaxing his mind. Nearly a year of accumulation and precipitation had turned into visible results over the past few days, becoming nutrients for his own growth. Less than a day later, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Just as he entered the Nine Peaks, Li Rong's divine thought transmitted to him, "My lord, that demon clan woman wishes to see you." A monster race woman? Yang Kai paused mid-air, frowning. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Kai Dai?" "Yes, it's her." "What is she doing here?" Yang Kai didn't understand. "She didn't say." "If you don't want to see her, I'll send her away." Li Rong quickly responded. "No need, I'll be right there." A moment later, Yang Kai appeared on the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan lived. Strolling into the largest palace, Yang Kai saw Kai Dai with 7 colored wings sitting there, waiting quietly with an indifferent expression like a statue, as if someone owed her money. The two great commanders, Inya and Xueji, glanced at her from time to time, both feeling great pressure from her. Although this icy monster race master was a feast for the eyes and the 7 colored wings on her back gave her an even more alluring feeling, Inya and Xueji both knew that they had no ability to conquer this iceberg with their own abilities. Approaching her would only result in their bodies and minds freezing. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes finally turned and fixed on him. Li Rong quickly stepped forward and came to Yang Kai's side, smiling bitterly and whispering, "She's been here for 3 days now, just sitting there, not moving. When we called out to her, she ignored us, only saying she wanted to wait for you to come back." Yang Kai nodded helplessly, "Thank you for your hard work." Chapter 900. Beast Sea Jungle. This was the second time Yang Kai had come here. Kai Dai silently led the way, her 7-colored wings flapping as she moved as fast as lightning. Yang Kai followed behind her at a leisurely pace, not seeming to be strenuous at all. This caused Kai Dai to be a little surprised. She was a second-order saint, but in order to take care of Yang Kai, a transcendent cultivator, she had deliberately slowed down her speed. However, after Yang Kai was able to keep up without much effort, she had gradually increased her speed in order to arrive at Thunder Tree Palace as soon as possible so as not to keep Great Senior waiting. Even now, she was using her full strength, yet Yang Kai was still able to keep up with her. Kai Dai's heart was filled with shock, but due to her cold nature, her expression remained unchanged as she continued to lead the way. This little brat, he's a bit strange. Kai Dai thought to herself. It was impossible for an ordinary third-order transcendent to keep up with her speed, but he was able to do so. No wonder he was able to become the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land and subdue so many masters from the demon race. Originally, Kai Dai had thought he was just lucky, but now she discovered that this little brat really did have some real talent. All the way. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he constantly glanced around. His actions naturally didn't escape the observation of Li Rong, the latter quietly sending him a message with her divine sense. "Master, have you found something suspicious?" Yang Kai replied, "The aura here is a bit strange. If there's any danger, we shouldn't go." Li Rong couldn't help feeling nervous. Yang Kai laughed and said, "It's not a dangerous aura. I just feel that this time in the Beast Sea Jungle is a bit different from the last time, but I can't pinpoint what exactly is different." There was indeed an aura in the air that Yang Kai was very concerned about, but if he wanted to investigate it, he didn't know where to begin. "Don't worry too much, Great Senior is still easy to get along with and is a trustworthy person. The change here is probably related to the matter he came to find me for. We'll know once we get there." Li Rong didn't say much, but she still warned, "If there is really any danger, Master must not be too far away from me." "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai kept replying. Now, Yang Kai had many means at his disposal. He could tear through space, control the flying heavens shuttle, possess the wind and thunder wings, possess extremely high-grade artifacts, transform into a dragon, and even use the demon god transformation. It would be difficult for an average person to harm him, unless they could catch him off guard and incapacitate him with a single strike. Otherwise, even if he was surrounded by an army of thousands, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. He didn't take Li Rong's warning to heart. Speeding the entire way, it only took them 2 to 3 days to arrive at the towering Thunder Tree Manor. When he arrived, Yang Kai was shocked to find that countless monster clan experts had gathered here. They were either crouching or crawling, surrounding the area several times. There were also many experts who had taken human form and were standing on the tree trunks, resting with their eyes closed. "This is the Thunder Tree Manor?" Li Rong stared at the huge ancient tree in front of her in amazement, a look of horror flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just like Yang Kai when he first came here, he was also shocked by this ancient tree. For it to grow like this ancient tree was most likely at least 10,000 years old. It could even be traced back to an ancient era. The ancient tree contained the essence of thunder and lightning, from time to time flashing arcs of pure lightning. The monster race masters standing on the tree trunks weren't affected in the slightest, all of them casting their gazes towards Yang Kai and Li Rong. All of them gently nodded, expressing their goodwill. The last time Yang Kai came here, he had solved the problem of the beast transformation pond and received their unanimous approval. "Come with me," Kai Dai's figure flashed as she flew up. Yang Kai and Li Rong hurriedly followed. Inside the treehouse that stood high above the clouds, Yang Kai saw the Great Senior. The last time he saw him, it was also in this treehouse. The Great Senior grinned and welcomed Yang Kai's arrival, motioning him to sit down and talk. At a small table, Yang Kai and the Great Senior sat opposite each other, Kai Dai standing behind one while Li Rong stood behind the other. Did you bring any cultivation materials for my monster race this time? The great senior asked with a smile. The crystal stone loads were almost completely mined by you, you don't need them for the time being, right? Yang Kai rolled his eyes. The monster race had been acting like a tyrant in the Holy Land for 2 to 3 years now, unscrupulously mining the crystal stone loads, simply draining the goose that lays the golden eggs. This made Yang Kai very annoyed, feeling like he had smashed his own foot with a stone. Not needing them for the time being doesn't mean we won't need them in the future. Crystal stones are a good thing, my monster race doesn't have any crystal stone loads here, we can't compare to your human territory. The great senior slowly shook his head. Besides, I heard that your holy land has made a lot of wealth recently, you have more crystal stones than you can use up. You're the one asking around. Yang Kai was speechless. Those are all pills I refined, forget it, next time I'll bring you some crystal stones and pills. Good, then I'll wait for the good news. The great senior's eyes lit up, thinking that Yang Kai was a straightforward person, it wasn't difficult to deal with him. Great senior specifically called me over this time, what is the matter? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he asked in a deep voice. There is indeed a matter. The great senior's expression also became dignified as he pondered for a while, seemingly thinking about how to explain, eventually saying, boy, have you ever heard of a void corridor? Yang Kai's face went black. Great senior, you must be joking with me. The great senior's mouth twitched as he gave a hollow laugh. You're asking too much, have you ever seen one with your own eyes? Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he didn't know about others, Yang Kai always felt that the number of void corridors he had seen was too many. That makes sense, the great senior nodded. The great senior nodded and continued, some time ago, something strange happened in my Beast Sea jungle, it was related to the void corridor. Yang Kai just stared straight at him, not intending to interrupt. About 3 to 5 days away from Thunder Tree Palace, a very unstable void corridor entrance suddenly appeared. Chapter 901. Li Rong's brow furrowed as she asked in a low voice, what kind of demon characters are they? It's like this. Great Senior said as he condensed his Saint Chi into his fingertips and began drawing something on the table in front of him. A moment later, several complex characters appeared on the table, flashing with fluorescent light. Yang Kai glanced over and found that these characters were like tadpoles, twisting and turning, completely different from the characters he knew, so he couldn't help turning his eyes to Li Rong. Li Rong stared closely at these characters, her expression dignified as she nodded, these are indeed demon characters, and very ancient ones at that. What does this mean? Great Senior saw that she seemed to recognize these characters and couldn't help smiling, quickly asking. It's similar to the signs set up in front of every sex-restricted area, it means a warning, trespassers will die. Great Senior gently nodded, feeling that this explanation made sense. Since these are very ancient demon characters, they should be from before the demon race, how could they appear in the monster race's territory? Yang Kai frowned, not quite understanding. Great Senior smiled and explained, the demon land wasn't just a small place in the past. Today's monster race territory and human territory had a large area that belonged to the demon race a long time ago, but after the fall of the great demon god, the demon race was gradually forced to give up a lot of their territory and retreat to the current demon land. It's likely that this area was once part of the demon race's territory. So it's like that. Yang Kai felt relieved. Although I don't know which branch of the demon race the ruins in the void corridor belong to, what I'm certain is that this branch was once very powerful. The one who carved these characters must have been one of the world's top masters. Old Ox and I both felt a kind of murderous intent from these characters, a murderous intent that has not dissipated for countless years. Yang Kai paled slightly. Since it's so dangerous, why do you still want to go in? If such a strange place appeared in your 9 heavens holy land, would you not go in to investigate? Great Senior didn't answer directly. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before nodding, yes. Even if it wasn't for the sake of exploring the mysteries within, at the very least, they had to make sure that the place wouldn't harm the disciples. That's right. The Yao's territory isn't that big in the first place, and that void corridor appeared at the intersection of my and Old Cow's territories. If something unexpected happened because of this, we would have to give up on the Beast Sea Forest and retreat to other places. The space for survival would be even smaller. After explaining for a while, Great Senior turned to Li Rong and said, "So this time, this king would like to invite Madam to enter that place with me and explore it. What does Madam think?" "You'll have to ask the Lord." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. "I can't give you an answer." The Great Senior immediately turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If even you two monster race Great Seniors find that place troublesome, it's definitely not a good place. Junior's strength is too low. If I enter, I'm afraid I'll die 10 times out of 10. The Great Senior couldn't help rolling his eyes. "I'm not asking you to go in, I'm just asking the lady behind you to go in. You can stay in Thunder Tree Palace, my monster race's disciples will entertain you. If you feel bored, you can return to 9 Heavens Holy Land now, no one will stop you." "How could that be?" Yang Kai smiled. "Li Rong came out with me, naturally she will return with me." He had thought that this time would be the same, but now it seemed the opposite was true. Just entering the void crack and encountering such a problem caused Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox's expressions to become quite ugly, secretly feeling that this trip would be fraught with dangers and would not go smoothly. "Follow me." Kai Yang suddenly beckoned to everyone, and without any explanation, he rushed off in a certain direction. Li Rong didn't say anything and immediately followed, wrapping Yang Kai in her demonic chi to protect his safety. The other 4 monster race masters froze for a moment and stood in place, not knowing whether they should believe Yang Kai or not. "What do we do?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox looked towards Thunder Dragon and asked, "You were the one who brought him here, should we say something?" "It's not too late to retreat." Thunder Dragon Great Senior hesitated, unable to make a decision quickly. He didn't know where Yang Kai had found such confidence to rush off in that direction. The space here was indeed, as Yang Kai had said, very chaotic. If they couldn't find an exit, they might be trapped in this void for the rest of their lives, unable to find their way back. "Say something." Earth-splitting Divine Ox was impatient, so seeing Thunder Dragon remain silent, he couldn't help urging. "Follow." Thunder Dragon Great Senior grit his teeth. "That little brat seems to be very confident, he must have discovered something." Saying so, he and Kai Dai both chased after Yang Kai. Earth-splitting Divine Ox wrinkled his nose, hesitated for a moment before also following, cursing, "Damn it, if we die this time, it's all that bastard Thunder Dragon's fault." Yang Kai and Li Rong walked in front, deliberately slowing down. A moment later, the 2 monster race Great Seniors and their people caught up. "Little brat, are you sure you'll succeed? Don't lead us to a dead end," Thunder Dragon asked worriedly. I'm just trying my luck," Yang Kai replied with a smile. Thunder Dragon's face went black, secretly feeling like he had been fooled, his intestines turning green with regret. However, with things having gotten to this point, it was impossible for him to return. The space here was constantly changing, making it impossible for him to find his way back. Following behind Yang Kai, Thunder Dragon prepared to follow this path to the end. But soon, he discovered a strange situation. The space here was very chaotic, as if countless fragments of space had been broken up and then overlapped with each other, filling the surroundings with a strange turbulence. However, wherever Yang Kai passed, this chaotic energy would all stabilize, allowing the group of 6 to walk on flat ground, no longer feeling any kind of traction or chaos. Thunder Dragon's eyes couldn't help lighting up, secretly feeling that Yang Kai wasn't just trying his luck but instead had a card up his sleeve, allowing him to act so unscrupulously. How did he know all this? The chaos here was something even 5 Saint Realm Masters were helpless about, so how could a mere third-order transcendent brat possibly do anything about? Following behind Yang Kai, through the faint light radiating from Li Rong's body, Thunder Dragon observed Yang Kai's expression, becoming more and more certain of his guess. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look to the side. "What's wrong?" Thunder Dragon's heart tightened as he asked. "Are those people from your monster race?" Yang Kai asked, pointing to the side. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see countless pieces of flesh floating in the turbulence, as if they had been sliced by a sharp weapon. The cuts were extremely smooth. A faint smell of blood filled the air. The last time he and Earth-Splitting Ox had entered this place, after passing through the stone pillar, they had walked less than 10 kilometers before encountering some dangers and retreating cautiously. Thinking that Yang Kai had some masters from the demon race around him, Thunder Dragon Great Senior asked Kai Dai to invite Yang Kai over. Although having an additional Saint Realm Master wasn't necessarily enough to completely avoid danger, if they encountered any demon characters they couldn't understand, Li Rong would be able to help them in time. Along the way, Thunder Dragon explained the situation he and Earth-Splitting Ox encountered last time, intentionally or unintentionally asking, "Boy, what do you think of this place?" "I don't know anything about it," Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "If there's anything you know, just say it, don't try to hide it." It seemed that because of Yang Kai's strange behavior in the void crack before, Thunder Dragon was a little concerned about his thoughts and opinions. He secretly felt that this little brat might have been here before. On this point, Thunder Dragon was wrong. Yang Kai was only able to find the correct path through the void crack because he was familiar with the void's turbulent current, so he really knew nothing about this strange mysterious small world. "If I know anything, I'll definitely say it," Yang Kai nodded. After walking for about 10 kilometers or so, Thunder Dragon suddenly stopped and pointed forward. "Last time, Old Ox and I retreated from here. This place is so strange, I really wonder what kind of energy is hidden here." Earth-Splitting Ox also shook his head and muttered. Looking forward, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing. The road ahead seemed to be cut off all of a sudden, and the group of 6 arrived at the edge of a cliff. Below this cliff, there was a strange turquoise sea that seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power that was extremely viscous. Bursts of ghostly wails and howls rang out from the bottom of the cliff, giving off a gloomy atmosphere that caused one's heart to tremble. Standing at the edge of the cliff and looking down, one could clearly see distorted and ferocious human faces bobbing up and down in the green and viscous sea. They struggled and wriggled, but were unable to break free from the pull of the green sea. Bubbles bubbled up from below, rising to the top and bursting with muffled sounds. Kai Dai's face couldn't help going pale. Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Ox's expressions were also very dignified as they secretly condensed their strength to resist the unwillingness and humiliation coming from the turquoise sea. These disturbing grievances were all being emitted by these strange faces, constantly creating an invisible impact on the group of 6. "Let me remind you, it's best not to use your divine sense to investigate below," Thunder Dragon said solemnly. "If I'm not mistaken, those floating faces down there are all soul avatars." Soul avatars? Yang Kai paled. Yes. Thunder Dragon nodded heavily. A human face is the soul avatar of a master. I don't know why it was exiled here. The last time I came here, I accidentally released my divine sense to investigate and was almost dragged in by them. Speaking of this experience, Thunder Dragon's face filled with lingering fear. Many of these people were masters not inferior to me when they were alive. Their soul avatars were extremely powerful, and although I don't know where their physical bodies were destroyed, their soul avatars were imprisoned here. Once they were infected, none of them could escape and would eventually become one of them. You're saying that many of them were masters not inferior to you when they were alive? Yang Kai was stunned. Chapter 904. If we continue forward, we can only follow those stone platforms, Thunder Dragon Great Senior said as he looked up again. There was no path left to the left or right of the cliff, and in front of them was the strange green sea, but at the same time, there were several large stone platforms suspended mid-air. Like stone stairs, each one was higher than the one before, stretching far into the distance with no end in sight. Above the dark green ocean, gusts of fierce and strange wind blew. It seemed to be mixed with some special power, which made people not dare to fly in the air easily. Should we continue? Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked hesitantly, not knowing whether or not they should continue to explore. Although there was a path made up of stone platforms in front of them, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be more dangers behind them. Since we're already here, this king won't go back until we get to the bottom of this, Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a deep voice, then stepped onto the first stone platform and walked up. Kai Dai followed closely behind without hesitation. Boy, you follow Thunder Dragon, Old Ox will bring up the rear. Earth-splitting Divine Ox said kindly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and together with Li Rong, he also stepped towards the stone platform. The stone platforms weren't too far apart and could be reached by simply raising their feet, forming a staircase that seemed to lead straight to the blue sky, leading deep into the endless void. Lei Long walked very slowly. As he walked, he vigilantly observed his surroundings in case any danger suddenly appeared. He was extremely cautious. After walking up about 100 steps of the stone platform, nothing out of the ordinary happened, so the group couldn't help but relax a lot. But it wasn't long before the numerous floating faces in the jade-green ocean below suddenly emitted violent howls, and they struggled free of the restraints of the viscous seawater before pouncing over like resentful spirits while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing them to be extremely terrifying and shocking. Countless soul avatars broke free from the shackles of the seawater at this moment and, like cats that had smelled fish, charged straight towards Yang Kai's group. The cries of ghosts and howls became louder and louder as a gust of cold wind blew, and the transparent soul avatars flew towards them from all directions. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't know why such an unforeseen event would happen. In the blink of an eye, the stone platform where the 6 soul avatars were standing was surrounded by these soul avatars, and a terrifying spiritual energy burst out from these soul avatars one after another, densely packed together. Even Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox, at this moment, couldn't help feeling as if their wills were being crushed, nearly losing their ability to move. With a roar, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's body flickered with arcs of lightning, instantly forming a cyan light curtain. Whoosh! 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 The light of the lightning illuminated the world, and the divine sense attacks caused the cyan light to ripple. In just a moment, it showed signs of collapsing. Earth-splitting Divine Ox also released a layer of earth-yellow light as he joined forces with Thunder Dragon Great Senior to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The multicolored butterflies fluttered in the air, releasing a brilliant 7-colored light that shot out like arrows, preventing the soul avatars from approaching. Li Rong and Jean and I also did their best to display their own means. However, the power released by these soul avatars was mixed with a despairing aura that shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. "Let's go!" Thunder Dragon roared, his speed suddenly increasing. The other 5 also followed one by one, crossing the stone platforms as fast as they could. Thunder Dragon Grand Venerable laughed dumbly but didn't stop him. Instead, he followed Earth-Splitting Ox's example and sat down cross-legged, preparing to comprehend the secrets hidden in those strange lights. Li Rong could discover something from them, so they might as well. Since they had no choice but to wait, naturally they had to give it a try. Kai Dai and Jin Ni also sat down, not wanting to be outdone. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored them, closing his eyes and meditating. Li Rong's epiphany lasted for a long time. Although there was no way to calculate the passage of time, Yang Kai estimated that it had taken at least 10 days. During this time, Li Rong stood in place, motionless, her beautiful eyes staring at the strange lights passing by in the sky, growing brighter and brighter. Finally, her delicate body trembled, and a violent energy was released from her body, forming a gust of wind. With her as the center, it spread out in all directions with a loud bang. The aura of a third-order saint overflowed from Li Rong's body. High up in the sky, a massive amount of world energy condensed, forming a terrifying world energy that shot towards Li Rong, who was at the center. With a muffled groan, Li Rong remained motionless, only allowing her body to bear this baptism of world energy. Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Divine Ox's expressions became extremely serious. Both of them had experienced this stage before and knew just how terrifying and difficult it was to resist the world energy when breaking through to this stage. At that time, both of them had transformed into their true forms and used their powerful monster beast physique to resist this destructive force, but even so, they had still suffered some serious sword wounds that took a long time to recover. However, Li Rong was just a woman, yet she was even crazier than they had been at that time, causing the eyes of the 2 great seniors to almost pop out of their sockets. The world energy continued to fall, causing Li Rong to bleed from the corner of her mouth as her tender body trembled, seemingly unable to bear it, but she still grit her teeth and continued to absorb as much of the world energy as possible with her body, transforming it into nutrients for her own strength. As time passed, the 4 monster race masters who were watching from the sidelines were all on edge, Kai Dai biting her thin lip as she clenched her fists tightly, secretly worrying for Li Rong. "Boy, this isn't good." Thunder Dragon suddenly leaned over and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "If she continues like this, she'll be destroyed by the world energy." Earth-Splitting Divine Ox nodded, "My monster race's physique is the hardest in the world. Even Thunder Dragon and I wouldn't dare absorb the world energy without any precaution. Her actions are tantamount to digging her own grave." Li Rong not resisting the world energy at all, instead opening her body and mind to it, naturally causing the 2 great seniors to tremble in fear. Don't worry, she'll be able to bear it," Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing any signs of worry. Thunder Dragon looked at him strangely, not understanding why he had so much confidence in Li Rong. "If such a good subordinate were to fall here, you won't even have a place to cry," Earth-Splitting Divine Ox reminded. "She knows what she's doing," Yang Kai shook his head, no longer explaining. Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Divine Ox glanced at each other and didn't say anything, instead turning to stare at Li Rong suspiciously, wanting to see how she would withstand the upcoming baptism of annihilation. As time passed, the intensity of the world energy grew stronger and stronger, each strike causing the world to tremble. Li Rong also began to lose her footing, as if she might die at any moment. But she still stood there, motionless. The 4 monster race masters all stared in shock. Regardless of anything else, the fact that she dared to face it head-on was enough to shock all of them. The world energy gathering in the sky calmed down for a while, but it only became more and more violent, as if it was preparing for its final blow. Li Zhu's expression finally became dignified as her beautiful eyes stared towards the sky. Kong, the world trembled as a destructive force fell from the sky and enveloped Li Rong, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat as they stared intently at Li Rong's position. However, her beautiful figure still stood in place, and although she was trembling, she stood firm. Gradually, the violent power converged, as if it was being absorbed by Li Rong's tender body. The wind that had been stirred up and the rubble that had been sent flying from the ground also fell to the ground. A pair of bright eyes slowly opened, flashing with a strange light. Li Rong stepped forward, gasping for breath, her chest heaving up and down. This earth-splitting divine ox was speechless as he stared blankly at the approaching woman. Thunder Dragon Great Senior's eyes also narrowed as he stared at Li Rong's face. At this moment, her pretty face was covered with strange dark lines that converged to form an inexplicable spirit array. As Li Rong approached, these lines gradually disappeared and the monstrous aura emanating from her body rapidly fell. Seemingly thinking of something, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression changed slightly as he stared at Li Rong with a dignified expression. After arriving in front of everyone, Li Rong stood still and smiled towards Yang Kai. Her aura was as deep as the sea, the light in her beautiful eyes was restrained, and her skin was crystal clear like jade, exuding a gentle luster, as white as a newborn baby. Her strength had undergone a tremendous change. "Master, I've broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm," Li Rong calmly reported the good news to Yang Kai. "Good," Yang Kai nodded heavily, "this trip wasn't in vain." "Many thanks for waiting here," Li Rong nodded lightly to the monster race crowd. "A minor matter, not worth mentioning," Thunder Dragon Great Senior waved his hand, "I must also congratulate Madam for successfully setting foot on this territory." Li Rong smiled and said humbly, "In the future, I'll have to ask 2 great seniors to give me some pointers." "No need to be so serious, if Madam has free time in the future, feel free to come to my Thunder Tree Palace so we can exchange pointers," Thunder Dragon Great Senior nodded slightly. Li Rong had broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm and was now in existence on the same level as him, so naturally she was qualified to exchange cultivation insights with him. What a pity, this old ox has been sitting here for a long time yet still hasn't found anything special, let alone an epiphany. This little brat. Thunder Dragon was speechless, simply taking out some pills and swallowing them, restoring the strength he had just consumed as he hurried along. As time passed, the light from the heavenly palace grew stronger and stronger. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited, more and more convinced that Meng Wuya was really here. If he had only left behind some kind of aura here to cause the heavenly palace to react, it wouldn't have changed as he approached it. For such a scene to occur, it meant that Meng Wuya was actually here. Yang Kai's heart filled with anticipation, and his speed also increased. A few hours later, when the light from the heavenly palace became brighter, it burst forth with a powerful force and broke free from Yang Kai's shackles, transforming into a stream of light that shot forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 9-10. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon snorted, "Little brat, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think this king is the kind of despicable villain who would add insult to injury? Xuejiao Great Senior did die because of Meng Wuya, so this king would like to find him and compete with him, but I will wait until he is restored to his peak state. Of course, that is only if you can really rescue him. Being able to trap a character like Meng Wuya, the mysteries contained in these 8 stone pillars must be extraordinary, so Thunder Dragon Great Senior wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's arrogant words. Although this little brat repeatedly surprised everyone, in the end, he was still only a third-order transcendent. Whether or not I can save him, I have to try. Yang Kai took a deep breath and released his divine sense towards the 8 stone pillars. He had just arrived here, so he didn't know what kind of danger Treasurer Meng had encountered or why he was bound to these stone pillars, so naturally he had to investigate first. Yang Kai's movements were extremely cautious to avoid triggering any kind of barrier. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's divine sense spreading out, Meng Wuya, who was still trapped on the stone pillar, shook his head with difficulty, his dry lips trembling slightly as he tried to stop Yang Kai's actions, his eyes flashing with anxiety. At that time, he had been inexplicably trapped because he was trying to investigate. However, Yang Kai's divine sense was fast and silent, so Meng Wuya had no time to stop it. As soon as his divine sense touched the 8 stone pillars, Yang Kai's face paled. The terrifying power contained in these stone pillars was far beyond his imagination, a power that could almost sweep away the entire world. In the next moment, the heavens and earth began to tremble. A wave of pressure that caused everyone to be extremely terrified descended from the sky. The 5 Saint Realm Masters all felt their blood boil and their breathing become difficult. None of them had expected such a terrifying pressure to exist in this world, one that even they didn't dare resist. A golden light bloomed, and from the void, a giant hand strangely stretched out and grabbed hold of Yang Kai's body like a bolt of lightning. Immediately, the 5 golden fingers contracted and transformed into a rope that bound Yang Kai and dragged him forward. Yang Kai couldn't resist at all. In front of this giant hand, his strength was almost completely sealed, making it impossible for him to exert even the slightest bit of strength. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai discovered that none of the masters who had come here had managed to escape, all of them were being dragged towards the octagonal stone pillars, all of them using their divine senses to investigate. Only Xia Ningchang, who was still unconscious, was lucky had managed to escape. Seeing this scene, Meng Wuya's eyes dimmed, he knew it was all too late. Peng Peng, the 4 monster race masters, plus Li Rong and Yang Kai, a total of 6, were all bound to the stone pillars, unable to move. In the next moment, Meng Wu of Yang, Meng Wu of course, Meng of Yang. Even the 2 monster race great seniors couldn't bear this terrifying torment, their faces twisting with pain as Kai Dai and Li Rong screamed out in pain. A violent power erupted from everyone's bodies as the 4 monster race masters all transformed into their monster beast forms, desperately trying to break free from the bindings of the stone pillars. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, 9 Nether Golden Beast, 7-colored illusionary butterfly. Each of these monster beasts was a noble monster race bloodline, rarely seen, but now they had all gathered together. Li Rong also displayed her demon god transformation, strange dark demon crests crawling all over her cheeks, giving her a wild sense of beauty. Like a deflated balloon being blown up, Meng Wuya's flesh and blood gradually filled up and his withered body became full again. The countless wounds on his skin quickly healed and his skin became much smoother, no longer as wrinkled as before. After a full hour, Meng Wuya suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Yang Kai, his voice hoarse as he said, "I'll do it myself, you go take care of Ning Chang." Yang Kai nodded and handed the blood essence stone to Meng Wuya before turning around to assess the situation of the others. The 4 monster race masters were all sitting motionless in meditation, but after an hour of recovery, their complexions had become much better. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out a drop of myriad drug liquid and hiding it in a pill he carried with him, giving one to each of them. The 4 monster race masters didn't hesitate and immediately stuffed the pill into their mouths. Yang Kai then came to Xia Ningchang's side. Li Rong had been guarding this place all this time, seemingly knowing that this veiled woman was very important to Yang Kai, so she had not left even a single step. Xia Ningchang's situation was much better than Meng Wuya's, but because she had used too much of her strength, it had caused her to collapse. Yang Kai gave her a drop of myriad drug liquid before sitting down and waiting. "Master!" Li Rong suddenly whispered. Before, Li Rong did not listen to Master's orders and violated the oath my clan made before, bringing shame to our clan's loyalty. "Master, please punish me." Yang Kai was staring at Xia Ningchang, but after hearing her say this, he couldn't help looking up at her, thinking for a moment before suddenly understanding why she had said such words. "That matter, you don't need to worry about it. It was me who didn't think clearly and ordered you to act against Great Demon God's soul clone, it's not your fault. But Master, since my clan has sworn to serve you, we cannot hesitate in the slightest to your orders. Don't be so rigid, that was Great Demon God's soul clone, it's inevitable that you would hesitate. And, if one day Great Demon God suddenly came back to life and ordered you to deal with me, would you hesitate?" Li Rong was startled, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai smiled, "That's right, you hesitated because I am your master, but in the end, Great Demon God is Great Demon God, his position in your hearts is incomparable. Let bygones be bygones, there's no need to mention it again." Li Rong pursed her red lips for a long time before nodding lightly, "Yes." Suddenly, she smiled sweetly, "Master, this girl is your beloved woman, right?" Kai Yang admitted without any hesitation, being extremely frank. "No wonder Master looks at her with such a gentle gaze." Li Rong smiled tenderly, "I've never seen Master reveal such an expression when looking at a woman. Although this young lady's face is covered by a thin veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance, I'm certain she is an outstanding beauty." This thing is for you, but the blood qi inside it has almost been completely consumed by me. Meng Wuya handed over the blood essence stone. Yang Kai took it and examined it, his expression changing slightly as he asked, Treasurer Meng, what's your cultivation now? Such a huge amount of blood qi, how did you manage to absorb so little? Meng Wuya smiled. Before entering that place, this old master was only a first-order saint, but now I've recovered. This is all thanks to the torture and whipping I endured on that stone pillar. The energy inside destroyed the seal on my body, saving me the trouble of finding a way to undo it myself. Yang Kai's expression shook as he asked with joy, so, your seal has been completely lifted? Meng Wuya nodded and admitted. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his expression became excited, sincerely feeling happy for Treasurer Meng. His little senior sister's tender body also gradually exuded an amazing amount of heat. Lead the way, Meng Wuya said lightly, out of sight, out of mind. When the monster race masters were still here, he had also heard their conversation and knew that this place was about 2 months away from Nine Heaven's holy land. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of flying through the air, instead waving his hand and summoning a blue light. This light was like a long shuttle, suspended in front of the crowd, quickly growing longer and longer until it was 10 meters long before coming to a stop. Oh, this artifact's grade is quite good. Meng Wuya was a knowledgeable person, and seeing this long shuttle, his eyes couldn't help shining as he praised, it seems that the treatment of Nine Heaven's holy land's holy master is quite generous. He naturally thought that this artifact was a treasure left behind by the previous holy masters of Nine Heaven's holy land. Li Rong, on the other hand, recognized the origin of this long shuttle and exclaimed, Isn't this that thing? After refining it, I learned that it was a flight-type artifact. A flight-type artifact? Meng Wuya raised his brow, quite rare. Its speed is also quite amazing. How amazing can it be? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai in amazement. You'll know once you try. Yang Kai grinned, not bothering to explain. The speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle could only be believed after experiencing it with one's own eyes. No words could describe its swiftness. 2 friends, please board. Meng Wuya and Li Rong didn't say anything else and jumped onto the Flying Heavens shuttle. Yang Kai carried Xia Ning Chang to the back of the shuttle and sat down cross-legged, letting his little senior sister settle into a comfortable position before saying, Sit tight. With a single thought, the Flying Heavens shuttle turned into a stream of light and, as if it had broken through the shackles of space, instantly crossed 100 kilometers. Sitting at the front of the Flying Heavens shuttle, Meng Wuya couldn't help but stare in shock, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. After discovering just how astonishing the speed of this artifact was, his body couldn't help shaking. Li Rong also covered her mouth and exclaimed. Little brat, how can this artifact have such a strange speed? Who refined it? After a long time, Meng Wuya's divine sense transmitted over, his voice filled with disbelief. The Flying Heavens shuttle's flight speed was several times faster than a peak master like him flying at full strength. I don't know who refined it, but Li Rong and I accidentally found it in the star field a year ago. Yang Kai briefly explained how he obtained the Flying Heavens shuttle. He didn't feel the need to hide anything from Meng Wuya, so naturally he would tell him everything. Star field? You went deep into the star field? Meng Wuya asked in shock. If you want to go, I'll take you there some other day. Yang Kai thought Meng Wuya had some interest in the legendary star field. No need. Unexpectedly, Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, his expression dignified as he pondered for a moment before saying, This old master should have been to the star field before. Old sir, what do you mean by, should have been? Li Rong was puzzled and asked with a light smile. Because this old master was also in a daze when he was bound to that stone pillar, Meng Wuya explained. Meng Wuya recalled and explained, I always felt that that place was extraordinary. When I was being tortured there, this old master's soul seemed to have left his body and gone to many places, the starry sky being one of them. Those places were scattered all over Tong Xian realm, separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. However, because of the torment, my mind was somewhat muddled and I couldn't remember them clearly.